I believe is Honorable Ndebele.
That's fine, Madam SG.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe just to highlight, honorable members, that this session brings together 3 committees of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. With that, allow me to welcome the chairpersons of the 3 standing committees. Allow me to welcome you, honorable members of the standing committees on food, agriculture, and natural resources, members of the Gender Equality, Women's Advancement and Youth Development, and members of the Human and Social Development and Special Programs. Honorable members, allow me to also welcome our partners who are representing ActionAid International and in particular the Partnership for Social Accountability Alliance, PISA. Allow me to also welcome our distinguished resource persons who will be with us throughout the day, our distinguished rapporteur, and one of our ex-staff of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, who was also the clerk of the Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, Mr. Bani Karyombe. I also like to welcome our distinguished participants and staff of national parliaments, our interpreters, whom we could not do anything without, and ladies and gentlemen, whom I may not have identified your portfolios. Good morning, honorable members. Bonjour, bon dia. It's with immense pleasure that I welcome you, honorable members, to this joint session, as already indicated, of the 3 committees of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I would like to warmly recognize once more the presence of our partners from ActionAid and many others from civil society organizations who are here with us today. May I also be allowed to express my gratitude to our resource persons who always bring knowledge to our forums and assist members of parliament in executing their mandate. Honorable members and distinguished participants, this meeting is very timely, given the social and economic importance of both the health and agricultural sector in the SADC region, which has since last year been profoundly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the economic outlook released by the African Development Bank in March 2021, Africa's GDP contracted 2.1% in the year 2020, which constitutes the continent's first recession in half a century. The outlook equally concedes that an estimated 39 million Africans could fall into extreme poverty in 2021 if appropriate support is not provided, whilst the effects of poverty will be disproportionately felt by women. Against this background, honorable members, SADC has urged member states under the SADC regional response to COVID-19 to harness social protection measures to cushion the population from the effects of loss of revenue. Needless to say that both the health and agricultural sectors have taken a severe setback in 2020. Honorable members, at the forum, we also believe that challenges can be turned into spontaneous opportunities. With proper planning and the right policy accommodation, the health and agriculture sector have a prospect of progressive recovery in view of becoming more resilient than before. And it is initiatives such as this current meeting which act as a driver for such recovery to occur. Honorable members, in the health sector, there's a need to rethink the strategy about provision of essential medicines for the existing ailments of the region, such as HIV, AIDS, TB, malaria, among others, for which appropriate medication is important. At the same time, honorable members, there is a dire need to ensure that COVID-19 vaccines are widely available and that a sufficient quantity of vaccines reach the SADC region citizens. Honorable members, according to the World Economic Outlook of the International Monetary Fund, released in April 2021, high-income countries constituting 16% of the world's population have already pre-purchased 50% of the vaccine doses. This worrisome finding is coupled with the advent of new COVID-19 variants, which challenge vaccine efficiency while vaccines are still on the production line. Today, honorable members, as we speak, there are SADC citizens who are keen to be vaccinated, but adequate vaccines are unavailable. Honorable members, at this juncture, the SADC region should not be last to react, and undeniably, concerted regional efforts are required to find concrete solutions while at the same time promoting social accountability and oversight through parliaments. Measures taken by nations to participate in the pool procurement of vaccines through the World Health Organization-sponsored COVAX facility or otherwise, as well as measures taken to mitigate the transmission of the virus and understand the effects of variants, will be determining factors that will shape the recovery of the health sector in 2021. Honorable members, I'm confident that this joint session will constitute the ideal platform for members of parliament from different standing committees to discuss the emerging issues relating to the improvement of the SADC health sector from a social accountability lens. Honorable members and distinguished participants, like all other economic sectors, the agricultural sector has also plummeted in 2020. And in the beginning of 2021, there are several reasons why the agricultural sector has suffered during the pandemic. But the decrease in agro-consumption in food and hotel businesses due to the fall of international tourism has been a major reason behind the reduced demand of agricultural products. Imports and exports distribution patterns have been severely upset across the SADC region. Together with the initial losses made when the pandemic struck, causing tons of perishable products to be thrown away due to delays in delivery. Additionally, honorable members, this is without factoring in the usual vestiges of the SADC agro-industry landscape, which is affected by seasonal cyclones, by floods and droughts. Nonetheless, in some SADC countries, parliamentary leadership has played a vital role to lead farmers and other stakeholders to ensure food security is there and promote sustainability in agriculture. Honorable members, parliamentary initiatives have also assisted to exercise oversight on government funding of sole traders and small and medium enterprises conducting agro-businesses. Moreover, honorable members, parliamentarians have pioneered measures to promote subsistence farming in their constituencies and encourage planters to produce food locally in view of augmenting food security in the short term. These are some of the reports that we've been getting from most of our SADC parliaments. Nonetheless, it is needless to say that large strides remain to be made to make the agricultural sector recover completely and register positive growth. Today, honorable members, as we discuss the Malabo Declaration, the Regional Agricultural Policy and Investment Plan, and other regional commitments, I'm confident that this joint session will arrive at implementable resolutions on social accountability. that will aid and shoulder the SADC region as we go forward. Honorable members and distinguished participants, during this period, when SADC member states attempt to recover and emulate their pre-COVID-19 gross domestic product, parliaments will gain again, be at the center of social accountability or being entrusted to hold government to account. This is important not only in strategizing for recovery, but in ensuring that after recovery, the SADC region is stronger than before and is ready to face future health and agricultural challenges. Honorable members, I wish to end by emphasizing that the road towards domestication or implementation of regional commitments might not be a smooth one. However, the forum will continue to stand with members of parliament of the SADC region to foster parliamentary democracy and a culture of human rights so that the capacities of parliaments continue to be built and members of parliament pursue a consistent advocacy for the progressive implementation of regional commitments, whether in health, in agriculture, or other thematic sectors. The forum, honorable members, as the flag bearer of democratization and socio-economic development of the SADC region, is committed to assisting the region to overcome this steep economic slope. And the meeting of today is indeed an initiative which fits squarely into this context. With these few words, I thank you for your attention and wish you a pleasant session. Honorable members, I thank you for your kind listening.
Thank you so much, Madam SG, for those wonderful opening remarks of this joint session. Indeed, as an institution, as a forum, we are trying our best to come up with recommendations that will assist our SADC region in combating the challenges that we are facing. And as SADC region, I want to agree with you. We are signatories to so many protocols, but we find it difficult to domesticate them so that we can, our nations, our states can be using those protocols. I'm sure we are going to continue fighting hard so that our region moves forward in terms of development and also combating challenges as pandemics like COVID-19. You can agree with me, honourable members, that we have shown that as a region, a SADC region, we are capable. We are capable of controlling this pandemic. We can see how we have managed to come up with measures to reduce the cases of COVID-19 in our region. So, Madam SG, we are very grateful for this meeting, and we are also grateful for our facilitators during this session. In this time in point, if we look at our program, we are going to have PSA Alliance on strengthening social accountability in the SADC region. And this is just a background on the PSA Alliance and also progress on the 2019 Regional Budget Summit communique. This will be done by Julie Maditon. I don't know if the presenter is available. It's a consortium project. She's a consortium project manager, PS Alliance. Julie, you are going to have 30 minutes, 15 minutes of your presentation, And then 15 minutes, we are going to have question and answers from the participants. Thank you so much. Over to you, Julie, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can. Thank you very much, Honourable Ndebele. And thank you, Madam Secretary General, as well, for the introduction. And good morning, honourable members. I'm very pleased to be here representing ActionAid International, as well as the Partnership for Social Accountability Alliance. We are extremely grateful for the collaboration with the SADC Parliamentary Forum. We have been collaborating with SADC Parliamentary Forum since 2016, and we are continuing through this phase of the project as well. And we are excited to be co-hosting this session, looking at social accountability in health and agriculture, and very pleased to be with everyone here from the three committees. My task this morning is to introduce the project, the Partnership for Social Accountability Alliance project, which I mentioned we've been working with a SADC Parliamentary Forum for the last few years, as well as familiarize everyone with our focus, as well as some of the commitments that we made over the last couple of years. I'm pleased to also be here with colleagues from Public Service Accountability Monitor, my colleague Gertrude Muguzi, who is also here, my colleague Percy Ngarume from SAFAIDS, as well as my colleague Joseph Mzinga from the Eastern and Southern African Small Scale Farmers Forum. So welcome to all of them as well. I'll just share my screen here with the presentation. Here we go. I hope everyone can see that.
Yes.
Okay, great. As I mentioned, the Partnership for Social Accountability Alliance, the PSA Alliance, is running a project referred to as Strengthening Social Accountability and Oversight in Health and Agriculture in Southern Africa. We've been running the project since 2016, and we are currently in the second phase of our project, which goes until June 2023. And there's a potential for the project to also go beyond that as well. As I mentioned, the other consortium members on the project, together with ActionAid, are the Public Service Accountability Monitor, SAFAIDS, which is our regional health lead, which I'm sure some of the honourable members have worked with in the past, as well as the Eastern and Southern Africa Small Scale Farmers Forum, SF. And we are grateful for the support of our funding partner, who is the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, which is SDC. The goal of our project, the overall goal, is improved accountability and gender responsiveness in public resource management, particularly in the areas of HIV and sexual and reproductive health services, or SRHR services, for adolescents and youth, and agricultural services for smallholder farmers, contributing to the realization of selected SADC regional commitments, particularly across 5 countries, which are our 5 countries of focus for this project: Malawi, Mozambique, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. So our project works with 5 particular target groups, both from the demand side as well as the supply side. So that's the supply side would be the government, those responsible for providing public services, and the demand side are those whose responsibility is to demand public services. So from the demand side is civil society organizations, smallholder farmers organizations, and media. And from the supply side are government departments and parliamentary committees. Of course, when we've worked with SADC Parliamentary in the Forum in the past, as well as with other parliamentary committees, they frequently tell us, yes, we are supply, but we're also from the demand side. So in some ways, parliaments sit in the oversight role, of course, but on the border between the demand and the supply. And the project overall defines social accountability as a right. So the demand side has a right to demand justification and explanation as to how public funds are being used and for corrective action when those public funds are not used responsibly. And from the supply side, the government has a responsibility to provide justification and explanation as to how public funds are used and to provide that corrective action if they're not used responsibly. What is social accountability in public resource management? I won't go into detail here. My colleague Gertrude Mugizi will provide more information around this in the next presentation. But essentially, we look at it as a cycle. So we look at it as involving 5 processes, involving planning and resource allocation or budgeting, as well as expenditure management, performance management, public integrity, which are the public integrity mechanisms such as ombudsmen's and anti-corruption committees. Oversight is the 5th process, and a process which cuts across the other 4. And this is where the parliamentary committees, district council committees, or oversight bodies sit. And obviously, this is a process which is run by government, but citizens, civil society also play a clear role in each. And for this social accountability system to run properly, each process must be strong. If there is weakness in any of the processes, then there's a breakdown in social accountability across the system. But again, I'll allow my colleagues from PSAM to go into more detail here. In terms of the project, so as I mentioned, we work at the SADC regional level. So with you, SADC Parliamentary Forum, as well as with colleagues from the SADC Secretariat. At national level, of course, we work across the 5 countries. We're working with parliamentary committees and government departments, civil society organizations, media, small-scale farmers organizations. And then we also work at the local level in 2 to 4 districts in each country. So you can see the various districts that we work in each of the countries. Our particular issues of focus for the project. So again, we look at food security, as we mentioned, as well as health, SRHR. So in terms of food security, we're looking at climate resilient and gender responsive agricultural public services, including input and extension, which benefits small-scale farmers or smallholder farmers through promoting agroecology and community-based seed systems. And the particular instruments that we're looking at the SADC regional level are the SADC Food and Nutrition Security Strategy, the SADC Regional Agricultural Policy, and its investment plan. And my colleague, Joe Mzinga, will go into more detail on this as well. From the side of HIV and sexual and reproductive health rights, or SRHR, we are looking at comprehensive, quality, non-judgmental, and inclusive HIV and other SRHR public services for adolescents and young people, with a focus on girls. And my colleague, Percy Ngurume from SAFAIDS, will go into more detail on this. But in particular, we're looking at the SADC SRHR strategy and framework in terms of the regional commitments. What sort of work do we do? So we are a capacity building project. We look to build the capacity of the 5 stakeholder groups I mentioned to understand social accountability, to fulfill their social accountability roles. So whether that's from the government side or from the civil society side, capacitating each of those groups through training sessions, through mentoring sessions, through awareness raising sessions such as this. We also conduct action and advocacy. So we support actual social accountability monitoring and tracking of public services at the district level, at the national level. We support budget analysis, and we also support civil society, smallholder farmers to conduct advocacy on particular findings around social accountability. So if there are gaps in social accountability, in the provision of public services, in the use of public funds, we also support them to conduct advocacy. And support also collective action as well. And so where civil society and parliaments are working together, for example, or where civil society is assisting media to understand issues on the ground, we're also supporting that work as well. And we're also supporting learning activities. So to assist the various, those 5 stakeholder groups to exchange learning between the groups. At the local level, at the national level, at the regional level. Of course, at the regional level, as we all know, it's been a bit difficult over the past year and a half with COVID. But you can see here maybe some colleagues that you would recognize. We assisted in supporting the Food, Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee to go visit the East African Legislative Assembly as well. So you can see that that's their photo there. In terms of our results, I thought that we could focus in on the results of the project, in particular, just a selected few involving parliaments so far. So we've seen some examples of parliamentary and district council committees becoming more responsive and accountable. For example, we worked with the Parliament of Malawi to support the establishment of the Malawi Parliamentary Budget Office in 2019. We also worked with district council committees to improve their oversight role in a number of districts, in particular in Malawi. The Mchinji District Council prepared the overdue strategic plan, district development plan, and socioeconomic plan. Also in Malawi, the Nsanje District Councils uncovered mismanagement of development funds, compelling the district commissioner to institute an external audit. And then some examples in terms of monitoring findings being considered in parliamentary debates. In Tanzania, social accountability monitoring, or SAM, findings from smallholder farmers were included in parliamentary committee report on the agricultural report, provoking intense debate in Parliament during budget hearings. In Zambia, the Parliamentary Committee on Health, previously trained by the PSA Alliance, questioned the health ministry on improper procurement of defective medication in 2020, leading to the dismissals of the permanent secretary and minister. And also improved allocation of funds. This is in terms of health and agriculture, of course. And 3 district councils in Tanzania have allocated funds to support women smallholder farmers in their 2021-22 budgets in response to project advocacy. And I also just wanted to familiarize the honourable members with some of the activities that we have collaborated with SADC Parliamentary Forum on. So the SADC Parliamentary Forum members participated in the PSA Alliance regional budget summits in 2016 and 2017. This is where we've shared some of the examples of our social accountability monitoring and the implications that has for social accountability at a regional level and the realization of regional commitments. And we were also honored that SADC-PF co-hosted this budget summit with us in 2019. And shortly, I will also go into some of the commitments that were made through that. We also presented during joint sessions of standing committees on democracy, governance, and human rights, as well as human and social development and special programs. In April 2017, we've also presented during sessions of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources during 2017 and 2019, and most recently in July 2020. As I mentioned previously, we also supported a learning exchange visit of the FANR Standing Committee to the EALA Plenary Assembly, particularly to work with the Agricultural, Tourism, and Natural Resources Committee. That was in 2018. And we also supported a motion on the Malabo Declaration with a focus on improving social accountability in agricultural services for smallholder farmers. And that was in 2018 as well. So here I thought it would just be useful to go into some of the recommendations that came through from the communique. So this was the collaborative communique between the PSA Alliance and SADC-PF through the Regional Budget Summit, which we co-hosted in March 2019. So after hearing a number of presentations from resource people in health and agriculture, particularly looking at some of the findings from the project, as well as other resources, these are some of the recommendations which were made. So the recommendations were call upon SADC member states to progressively allocate budgets to agriculture that efficiently and effectively reach the Malabo Declaration target of at least 10% in order to sustain the desired annual agricultural GDP growth of at least 6%. It is further urged that there be greater efficiency and effectiveness in programming and budget utilization as a means of ensuring return on investment. Number 2, recommend that national investments in agriculture be aligned with farmers' own priorities and focus on financing diversified smallholder support programs such as extension services, research, climate change adaptation and financing, and input support and improve farmers' access to finance and market. Number 3, encourage the SADC Secretariat to urgently operationalize the establishment of the SADC Food and Nutrition Security Regional Steering Committee, which was formed during the SADC Food and Nutrition Security Strategy Forum in Malawi 2014 to advise on regional food and nutrition policy frameworks and strategies. It is worth noting that this committee by design is both gender balanced and inclusive of civil society and smallholder farmers organizations. Number 4 was we urgently call upon SADC member states to support innovative research and development, as well as the implementation of alternatives to hybrid seeds and chemically intensive agriculture, such as 1, integrated pest management, 2, use of community-based seed systems, 3, improvement of soil fertility through increasing soil organic matter, and 4, to facilitate the diversification of farmer support programs and the redirection of funds towards the adaptation of ecological practices, And number 5, recommend that the conduct of performance audits of SADC member states, particularly on the agricultural extension services, to assess their efficiency and effectiveness in capacitating smallholder farmers, particularly women, to sustainably contribute to the realization of food security goals in the region. And lastly here, in the food security and the agriculture sector, urge the supreme audit institutions of SADC member states to conduct forensic audits of all farmer support programs with a focus on farm input support programs with the aim of identifying and addressing the systemic internal control weaknesses that allow for misuse of funds. So that was from the agriculture side. From the health side, there was a few recommendations here as well. So one was call upon SADC member states to commit 5% of their national budget for implementation of the SADC SRHR strategy 2019-2030. Additionally, local government authorities, where relevant, should at least commit 10% of their own sources for the facilitation of the implementation by local health departments. Number 2 is urge the SADC Secretariat to establish a regional youth advisory committee to inform the implementation and operationalization of the SADC SRHR strategy and scorecard. It is further recommended that the committee be representative of young people from all SADC member states and mirror national level structures that will co-monitor national progress. And lastly, implore SADC member states to undertake innovative and sustainable domestic resource mobilization and ensure adequate budgetary allocations to SRH services for adolescents and young people, Tailored SRH services for adolescent girls and young people in particular should be prioritized. And you can see here, this is a photo from that budget summit as well. It's quite small. I'm not sure if some of you might have been present at that meeting. So that is it from my side in terms of the presentation. So that hopefully will give you an idea of what our project is all about, the past collaborations we've had with SADC Parliamentary Forum. And I'm also looking forward to my colleagues to elaborate on some of the points that were made during this session as well, during the presentation.
Thank you so much. Julie, are you done?
I am done. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Madam Julie, for the very informative presentation on the strengthening of accountability, social accountability, and also on agriculture. I don't want to preempt what other honourable members would like to comment or to question. I will speak later. But honourable members and all participants, there is Julie has given us her presentation, and it's now time for question and answers or comments or compliments or whatever you want to bring in or to put forward to Madam Julie. Thank you so much, honourable members. I'll be recognizing a set of three hands. So let me see hands being raised so that I recognize you. If you have question, you have a comment, or you want to bring a recommendation. Can I see hands?
Honourable Ndebele, can I also mention that we're hoping that this session will be an introduction for further sessions at the national level as well.
All right. That's why we have given it just 15 minutes for questions and answers, because we are aware that it's just an introduction, a background of the project. Thank you. I can see Honourable Rosé.
Yes, good morning.
Morning. You may take the floor.
All the way from Seychelles. Thank you for the presentation. I would like to go back on the health presentation, the recommendations. In regards to 5% of the national budget for sexual reproductive health, how feasible? I would like to ask how feasible, especially into this pandemic, for the governments, or is it feasible, or has it been feasible beforehand? And from 2019 to 2030, how feasible is it for the governments domestically to ensure that the 5% budget is being geared towards sexual reproductive health and rights? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Rose from Seychelles. I recognize a hand from Honourable Member from Zimbabwe.
Yes, thank you, my dear. I just wanted to comment and appreciate the presentation, but perhaps also to share an experience in terms of our own the social protection programs and accountability. I'm glad to share with the meeting that we are coming from a meeting where we are trying to improve the Public Finance Management Act in terms of accountability. And as such, all those programs are in terms of the role that parliamentarians will play that will actually improve in terms of the social accountability. Because you'd find that in most of the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Public Service, Labour and Social Welfare ministries that actually interface or have to do with most of the programs that we are talking of in terms of the presentation that has been presented. And I want to appreciate, especially on the health part of it, that I think it's a role model in terms of what us as parliamentarians can advocate for, especially implementing the Ouagadougou Declaration in terms of the 15% budget towards health. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Nzebele,
yes.
just a reminder that the members, if they wish to speak, they should switch on their video for purposes of the live broadcast. Just to remind the members that when they raise their hand to speak, they put on their video for purposes of broadcasting. Thank you, Chair.
Noted. Thank you so much. Do we have others? I have only seen those two hands from Honorable Rose from Seychelles and Honorable Paulina Pariwa from Zimbabwe. Any other hand that I'm missing? All right. As we are waiting for more hands.
Honorable Chair, there is a hand from Madagascar.
Madagascar.
Yes, Chair.
All right. Yeah, I've seen it. Honorable Rovani, all right. Honorable from Madagascar, you may take the floor. Those who have already spoken, honorable members, may you put down your hands so that I can be able to recognize those who have not spoken. Honorable from Madagascar, you may take the floor.
Merci, honorable Bertha, de m'avoir donné la parole. J'aimerais remercier Madame Julie avec leur excellente présentation tout à l'heure et avec des slides qui est vraiment bien présenté. Et on a retenu qu'il y a des projets qui est vraiment intéressant pour les 5 pays, Malawi, Mozambique, Tanzanie et Zimbabwe. Et je crois que ça nous intéresse vraiment en tant que forum parlementaire et membre du Parlement de Madagascar. Il y a des alliances parlementaires malagasy pour la sécurité alimentaire et nutrition. Donc, je crois qu'on va contacter si peu de temps avec Madame Julie, avec le programme de l'Alliance PSA. Ça nous intéresse vraiment parce que ça correspond vraiment à notre objectif de participer et développer la redevabilité et responsabilité sociale. Et ça nous aide à travailler dans le sens de la collaboration avec les sociétés civiles. À Madagascar, il y en a des équipes, équipes champions qui travaillent avec les sociétés civiles dans le domaine de nutrition. Donc, je crois qu'il y a des travail à faire dans ce domaine. Je ne sais pas si ça pourrait être fait maintenant parce que je vois que le projet est déjà entamé depuis 2016. Et sur le domaine de santé, il est vraiment très intéressant pour nous parce qu'on a constaté dans notre loi de finances que le budget alloué aux santé de la reproduction, c'est vraiment minime, voire même nul pour l'année précédente. Donc, ça tombe vraiment, cette présentation, que nous devons travailler dans ce sens pour augmenter le budget alloué aux santé de la reproduction, même dans les contextes de pandémie de coronavirus. Et je crois qu'on va contacter Madame Julie et on va travailler et on va renforcer les parlementaires, les capacités de travail parlementaires pour travailler dans ces 2 domaines bien intéressants. Et ça nous prouve que nous devons faire des efforts pour que les populations puissent sentir que le parlementaire doit faire redevable vis-à-vis de la population. Merci.
Thank you so much, honorable member from Madagascar. I will allow Madam Julie to respond to those three. Then later on, I will take the second set. I will recognize Madam Maria from Angola, Honorable Maria from Angola, and Honorable Luisa also from Angola. Madam Julie, you may respond to those.
Thank you, Honourable Ndebele. I would be pleased to respond. So firstly, thank you very much, honourable members, for your comments. For Honourable Rosie from Seychelles, thank you for your comments. And I think you make an excellent point around the 5% commitment and questioning, whether the goals of the SRHR strategy can be realized. I think that we should recognize also that the goals were developed in advance of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a real impact on the availability of SRHR services in countries across the region, whether people have been able to access SRHR services, particularly during the time of lockdown, and especially I think for adolescents and young people. And I think that there has been a lot of redirection of funds for health towards the COVID-19 pandemic, which has also affected the provision of SRHR services. I won't go into too much detail because I know my colleague Percy and Guru from SAFAIDS will also be tackling this issue and also speaking to the issues around how best can SRHR services be financed at the national level. Beyond just looking towards donors. So he will be discussing that in more detail as well. So I'll leave that to him. For the question from Honourable Perina from Zimbabwe, thank you very much. I think it's an excellent initiative by the SADC Parliamentary Forum in developing the model law on public financial management, and the PSA Alliance is also involved in that as well, particularly colleagues from the Public Service Accountability Monitor and from SAFAIDS have been involved, as well as from ActionAid International. And I do think that it's a great initiative and something that will assist and help to bolster some of the work that we're doing in the region as well. Honourable Lovenarina, if I've said your name correctly, from Madagascar, merci beaucoup for your question. And I think that at the moment, the project is working in just the 5 countries in the region. In the first phase of the project, we just worked in 4 countries, and we've added in Zimbabwe for the second phase of the project. Of course, we are reliant on donor funds for the project work in particular. So where the donor is interested in and able to expand the work, that's where we'll be able to in terms of the project. Although our members, ActionAid International, SF, SAFAIDS, PSAM, work in a number of countries. I'm not sure if any of them are currently working in Madagascar, but I'm sure if they are, they would be very interested in hearing about the work in Madagascar and the champions that are working on food security and nutrition. It is our hope that although we're focusing in on the 5 countries, that our work at the SADC level, with the SADC Parliamentary Forum, for example, will assist other countries to also benefit from the work that we're doing and the opportunities for learning.
Thank you so much, Madam Julie, for those responses. May I now recognize Honorable Maria from Angola, and then Honorable Luisa from Angola too. You may take the floor, Honorable Maria.
Muito obrigada. Muito bom dia a todos os participantes. É uma satisfação estar novamente aqui convosco. Gostaria de saudar a senhora Julie e agradecer pela sua comunicação bastante elucidativa. Eu queria fazer uma pergunta para saber se o vosso projeto relativamente à área da saúde, não abrange o HIV-Sida. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much, Honorable Maria. Honorable Louisa.
Muito bom dia. Eu sou Luísa Damião, do Parlamento de Angola. Gostaria, em primeiro lugar, de cumprimentar a presidente da nossa sessão, aos honoráveis deputados, a distinta secretária-geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e os nossos preletores. Permitam-me, antes de mais, felicitar a todos por ocasião do Dia Internacional da Família, que celebramos a 15 de maio. Gostaria também de agradecer por esta oportunidade de podermos realizar esta reunião conjunta das comissões permanentes, que nos permitirá avaliar o progresso nos nossos Estados-membros em matéria de saúde e da agricultura, numa altura em que vivemos todos o impacto da pandemia da Covid-19. Não haveria nenhum melhor momento que este de nós debatermos este tema, onde se faz um cruzamento perfeito entre a saúde e a agricultura. Gostaria também de felicitar a nossa preletora por esta soberana ocasião, que nos vai permitir identificarmos oportunidades e desafios no âmbito da responsabilidade social numa perspectiva regional. É também importante porque vai chamar a atenção dos parlamentares para terem um novo olhar no sentido de reforçar a responsabilidade social nestes dois setores que são tão importantes para os nossos cidadãos. Eu considero que a agricultura deve tornar-se na alavanca da transformação econômica no nosso continente, para que possamos então erradicar a pobreza e a fome, melhorar a segurança alimentar, bem como as políticas de saúde. Eu gostaria de perguntar à nossa preleitora, neste momento estão a trabalhar em 5 países, se este projeto pode se estender aos demais países do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much, Madam Louisa. I recognize Honorable Mhadi from Zimbabwe. May you switch on your camera, your video camera?
Okay, thank you. Good morning to each and everyone. I think I'm having network problems, and my network is on and off. I only got the last part of the presentation, and I would like to know from the presenter where they can be found in Zimbabwe. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Mhadi. Madam Julie, you may respond to those 3.
Thank you, Honorable Ndebele. I would be pleased to. Thank you for the 2 comments from Honorable Maria from Angola and Honorable Louisa also from Angola. I believe Honorable Maria, if I understood the question correctly, is asking why does your project why does it not cover HIV/AIDS? So our project does cover HIV/AIDS, but covers it under the banner of sexual and reproductive health services. So the provision of HIV services is covered under the provision of sexual and reproductive health services. So it covers it as well as it goes beyond it as well. And the focus is particularly around providing those services, including HIV services to adolescents and young people. My colleague Percy also can go into more detail as well. And Honorable Luisa from Angola, obrigada for your comment as well. Glad to hear about Family Day on the 15th of May. And you were asking, could this project be expanded to other countries? I think we would be very pleased to expand to other countries, but it is dependent upon the funds from our donor, SDC. However, our members do work in a number of different countries, including Angola, and that would include, I believe, SF in particular, but they can correct me as well. So definitely there could be opportunities for collaboration there. Honorable Mohadi from Zimbabwe, thank you very much for your question too. Where can we be found in Zimbabwe? So the project just started in Zimbabwe during the second phase. So just from July of 2019. So we're working, the lead on the project is ActionAid Zimbabwe, and we're working with ZimSoft, which is the Zimbabwe Organic Farmers Forum, as well as with SAFAID Zimbabwe. And then we work with a number of small local organizations as well. So that's who the project is being led by in Zimbabwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Julie, for those responses. I would just want to comment on the strengthening of social accountability in our countries. I think this is very, very, very important for citizens to be aware that they can hold their governments, they can hold institutions, they can hold parliamentarians accountable to public funds. I'll give you an example of what has just happened in my country. I think, Julie, you are aware, we had funds released for COVID-19, about 6.2 billion. And it took citizens and some CSOs to put pressure on government to bring a report, an audit report on how those funds were used. And it came out that the funds were abused because people voiced, the citizens voiced, the CSOs voiced. So we need to work together, citizens and institutions that are there to give checks and balances on the use of public funds. And also there's another 17.5 billion, which now government has said it doesn't have funds for the audit report. And now citizens have taken it to themselves to say, we are going to contribute for the cost of that audit report, because we want that audit report. We want to see how that 17.5 billion has been used, because these are our funds. So I feel your institution is very important for strengthening the social accountability, and that's why you have seen most of the honorable members in whose countries you are not there asking for your involvement in their countries, so that you bring that awareness. People should be aware to say, this is our money, and we are responsible to follow up on how the funds have been used, and also the performance of institutions, performance of governments. And we appreciate that you are here in Malawi, you are in Chinji and in Sanje, but Malawi has 28 districts, and now you see you still have a long way to go to reach out to all those districts, so that people are made aware of their responsibility. It's their responsibility, it's their money, and they have to follow it up and see to it that it has worked on the intended purposes. Thank you so much, Madam Julie, for that, and thank you for the wonderful presentation. And we are looking forward to more interactions as the sessions goes on. Honorable members, I think on that one we are done. If you check on the program, we are going into the other item, that's social accountability and SADC regional commitments. And this also is passing, that's understanding social accountability in the context of SADC commitments. We are also going to have 15 minutes, and then we are also going to have surface integrating SADC commitments on SRHR for adolescents and young people. That will be also another 15 minutes. And then we are also going to have ESAF integrating SADC commitments on agriculture and food security, another 15 minutes. Then we are going to have a 45 minutes on questions, comments, and contributions. So over to you, Pasim. Are you here?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I am here.
You may take the floor.
Thank you.
You may introduce yourself because we don't have the name here. So introduce yourself so that honor members may know you.
Okay, I will. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Rachel Gondo, and I'm here representing the Public Service Accountability Monitor, that is an alliance member within the Partnership for Social Accountability, and that Julie has just beautifully laid out. So before I go straight into the presentation, which I'll be showing in a few seconds, I wanted to ask a question rather of you, honorable members. If you had an opportunity to meet a genie, a magician, and they granted you one wish, which developmental problem would you have addressed in your country with that one wish? So if you can just type your response in the chat, I'll be monitoring the chat. And you can also, if you'd want to have an opportunity to speak, I will monitor the hands with the help of the chair, of course, and then we can give you an opportunity to speak. But my session is very limited. I only have 15 minutes. So if you can just be brief, and also if you can just type your response just to start us off whilst I set up. Thank you. So the question is, if you had one wish, if you were to be granted one wish by a genie or a magician, or which developmental problem would you have addressed in your country? Just one wish. You are more than welcome to type in the chat and also raise your hand. Okay, I see in the chat there's been one input. The agricultural sector. Honorable, would you like to explain what particular problem within the agricultural sector? What problem in the sector? You are welcome to unmute.
Thank you so much, Madam
Rachel.
Gondo.
Yes.
Madam Rachel. Why I would choose agriculture? You note that most we talk of diseases whatsoever, but most of those are caused by not having adequate nutrition from the foods that we eat. So in the agriculture sector, I would want to see the rural masses being empowered to grow all the types all the types of foods that are needed for a person to eat and to be healthy, because they are limited because they don't have that that capacity. So all they grow, like in Malawi, all they grow is maize. They grow maize just for what we call sima, some call it pap, sadza.
Yes,
so that's what they, so if you, and also that will also help to change their mindset to say we can eat different types of foods. Because if you go in the rural areas, you ask a child, have you eaten? If they have not eaten sadza or sima or pap, they will say we haven't eaten, we have only eaten rice. So people should have a mindset change to say you can eat sweet potatoes and you have eaten. You can eat Irish potatoes, you have eaten pumpkins, you have eaten rice, you have eaten. So if they have the variety of foods, they can be alternating in such they will be having the required nutrients that a person require. You agree with me? We have a lot of cases of malnutrition in our hospitals, and a lot of NGOs come to assist in assisting those children. But if we teach our people to grow soya, to grow groundnuts, beans, or whatever, sunflower, and make their own cooking oil, then some of these diseases that we are always fighting against will not be there. Thank you so much, Rashid.
I definitely hear you on that one. I think I would probably join you on that wish. Honorable Mohadi, I see your hand is up. You're welcome to speak.
Thank you. My only one wish is, Rachel, if ever we could get resources in agriculture, especially agricultural inputs, and empower women and the girl child, so that they can sustain themselves in the future. That's my great wish, because as it is now, we can talk about food and everything. It is being produced by women and with their children, and they don't have the resources to do so. They don't even have a plow to plow. They have to use hoes, using hands at other places. But my wish is on women and their children to get resources to empower themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mahadi. I also join you on that wish. I don't see any more hands or chats in the chat feature. But I mean, if your ideas do come through, please feel free to populate the chat, and we can continue with the conversation. So without any taking more time, I started with the question around what developmental problem would you, if you had a wish, what developmental problem would you want to be addressed? And I asked myself that question actually this morning. And then I thought to myself, well, based on our work with the project, I've come to learn that if I was to get that wish from that magician, I would definitely strengthen the way our countries manage public resources. Because I believe that in the way in which we manage resources, that is essentially the point at which we can determine whether we will get to that food secure status, to that empowered woman who is able to make decisions about their sexual and reproductive health, and also be able to have a diversified diet that contributes to their food security, to their own and their families' food security status. So going into the presentation, I'm hoping you can see it and that it started to move. Also, with your indulgence, I may switch off the video here and there if I experience connectivity challenges. So if I do that, please do forgive me, but my audio will still continue. So basically, I won't waste time with the background, but rather go straight into how we as a project have understood social accountability and what some of what some areas or some of the findings in the project since 2016 were finding around how we are, what we're learning about the link between social accountability and the achievement of the regional commitments that our various countries or the countries we're working in, what kind of progress they're making towards those commitments that they have made. So within the Public Service Accountability Monitor, we have developed a social accountability framework that looks to unpack public resource management. What is the thinking around this? The thinking around this is that social accountability is essentially an accountability relationship between the government and its citizens, okay? So within the citizens and the government, there is a relationship that exists that binds them together. And this relationship exists to oversee the performance of or the achievement of a particular mandate. And in this instance, we're talking about our developmental mandate or our developmental objectives within the two sectors that we're focusing on, within the health sector and within the agricultural sector, okay? So this relationship is essentially there as co-workers in making sure that there is the realization of particular objectives or developmental objectives within these two sectors, isn't it? So when a country decides to commit to a particular treaty, a particular protocol, or a particular strategy at the regional level, they have committed to say that this is what we would want to see as part of our developmental trajectory as a nation, right? So by signing, we have committed. But there are different steps that we have to take in making this commitment a reality within our own spheres, within our own countries. And these steps is when we domesticate, right? We create, if we need to create laws, we create laws. If we need to then create policies, we then draft and create these policies. And after we've created these policies, we start to then allocate resources. We start to put money to these commitments, isn't it? And we start to have them become a reality for our citizens. We start to see ourselves moving from a place where we didn't have, let me take, for example, a place where we didn't have adequate access to sexual and reproductive health goods and services and commodities, right? And we start to allocate resources and use these resources to move ourselves from a place of not having to a place of progressively having access to these sexual and reproductive health goods and services, okay? So the social accountability framework is actually layered on top of how a government manages public resources. How does a government manage resources at any level, whether it be district, national level? And we found that even regardless of whether it's a democracy or it resembles, it's structured in a different way, we found that each context or each country has a process that they go through to decide in terms of these are the many different needs we have, right? These are the many different challenges or needs, developmental needs we have, and these are the resources we have. So in terms of the needs, we then prioritize to say, out of these million needs, we are actually just going to, for the next 5 years or for the next year, we're going to be focusing on these 5, right? We are going to be making sure that our resources, whatever resources we have as a nation, we use them to move us from a place of not having to a place of progressive having in the particular areas that we would have identified collectively. And we have systems in place as a country to allow us to have this planning and budgeting process, okay? And then once we plan and we allocate resources, we decide on what it is we want to do, we allocate the necessary resources on what it is we want to do, then we then spend. And when we spend these resources on what we planned for. right? And then if we spend our resources on what we plan for, logically, we are then supposed to achieve results that are aligned with what it is we wanted to address in the first place, okay? And then once we are doing this, we make sure that our spending, there are systems and mechanisms in place to ensure that our spending achieves what it is we set out to achieve, such that at the end of the day, we are still progressively moving from a place where we don't have or where we have weaknesses and inadequacy to a place where we progressively over time move to a place where we are experiencing positive changes in terms of needs being addressed and rights, the right to food, the right to health being progressively realized as lived experiences by citizens in our countries. So essentially, those are the different 5 processes. And in each of these, there are particular questions, right, that we have developed to ask of our different processes. We believe that the way in which a country manages its resources is how it is communicating in terms of achieving or fulfilling their commitment at the regional level, or even at a global level. But we are speaking at the regional level at the moment. So in terms of our work within the project and in the different countries, we are undertaking different activities, most of them research focused, some of them are evidence gathering, most if not all are all primed at gathering evidence as to what extent how our PRM or how our public resource management systems are working in terms of moving us to a place where we are achieving the different regional commitments. And I think colleagues that are looking at the sectors we are talking about will provide more detail in terms of what we are finding in terms of the relation or the link between public resource management and how these systems in our different countries are working in terms of fulfilling the different regional commitments the member states have made. Yeah. So going into more detail into each of the different processes, right? So we said in the first instance, we plan and we allocate resources. And the key question there looks at what resources are available and what is the plan on using them, right? So in order to determine what plan to use them, there has to be a process of identifying these needs and also prioritizing them at a micro level and also at a macro level, but also maintaining a balance that still satisfies or achieves, still meets the different expectations of the micro level and at the macro level. And how have we found? What have we found? We found that this is just an extract from our monitoring the different activities that we are doing in terms of trying to gather evidence on how the public resource management systems are working. Agricultural stakeholder panels, village development committees, and area development committees are consulted. Smallholder farmers are not consulted throughout the budget cycle. At times, they are just told what is happening, and without their knowledge, without their knowledge, programs cannot be. Without their knowledge, the local structures do not have feedback do not give feedback to community members. So why is that? Why did we select that particular finding? So in order for the public resource management system to be said to be functioning, it should be functioning in such a way that it is providing services that are responding to the felt needs of the citizen. And in this regard, for the project, we're looking at smallholder farmers and adolescents and adolescent girls and young women. And we found that the smallholder farmers have said that, yes, there are consultations in terms of informing the agenda. What is it that we have to do? How much money should we put towards it? And we found that there are processes for consultation, but they can be improved in terms of identifying inputs from different stakeholders, and in this particular instance, the smallholder farmers. With expenditure, in terms of spending, why this process is very important, because it's the one where we have to be disciplined. Resources are very limited whilst needs remain. There are many, and with they become exacerbated sometimes with circumstances that are beyond our control. Case in point, COVID-19. We are all under pressure at an individual level, at a personal level, but even economically, we are all under pressure, exacerbated obviously by the pandemic. And so the need for being fiscally disciplined and also spending within our means and making sure we spend on the right things, and make sure that we don't waste the little resources that we already need, that we already have, has become more pertinent now than ever. And feedback from our scorecards suggests that a number of priorities are not allocated adequate resources, and that also, and in addition to this, a number of processes within the management of resources, there may be weaknesses or inefficiencies in terms of procedures to follow to ensure that there is the safeguarding, to make sure that spending is within the means in which the country can afford, and to ensure that spending is also within is on the right things as according to the strategy and the budget, so to speak. And with the third process, we're looking at performance management, and with this one, we look at whether our spending is actually achieving the results that we intended, and whether these results that we've achieved, they can be sustained and they can improve despite resource constraints, okay? With the integrity process, we're looking to make sure whether there is clear parameters within the public finance management framework for those who hold public resources, that they have clear guidance on what is acceptable and unacceptable behavior when it comes to handling public finances, okay? Or performing a function, a public function related to public resources. And this process is also focused as well on where there are instances of misuse or abuse. What type of corrective action? Are there procedures in place for corrective action, disciplinary action, and so to speak, to make sure that the instance or the weakness does not repeat itself again, such that we become better and efficiently managing our resources. And lastly, when we look at oversight, we're looking at the parliament and also supreme audit institutions, and as Julie said, oversight, constitutionally mandated institutions such as your ombudsman office, also your commissions, your human rights commissions as well, and the like. And they are oversight actors who are responsible for making sure that the constitutional commitments as a country that we have made are also adhered to. And related to public finance, they are looking at making sure that whatever it is that we have said we are going to do to move our developmental agenda forward, we make sure that we have systems in place to ensure the efficient and effective use of our very limited resources to achieve our developmental objectives. So in terms of recommendations, those are some broad ones which are in the presentation. But just to add some that are not on the slide that can be generalizable to all countries represented actually right now on the platform, that we found that in terms of public resource management, our information systems seem to be found wanting in terms of the kinds of information that we produce and the youth. Why are information systems important? for us to be able to know where the needs are, we need to have systematic and strong ways of gathering this information, right? So that we know that if we are allocating this $5 that we only have $5, we want to make sure that whenever we use this $5, it is addressing the need in its entirety or to a certain extent in a way that we can actually build going forward, okay, in a progressive manner. So information systems are key, and related to gender responsive services. If we want to have service delivery that is targeting, that is gender responsive, we actually need to have our planning frameworks and our resource allocation processes actually adopt a gender dimension, so that when we are implementing, if we allocate resources, our planning has adopted a gender sensitive lens. And when we are spending, we've made sure that whatever it is that we've planned to do is gender sensitive. And when we spend, we are spending on the right things. And to ensure that these results are gender sensitive, we spend aligned to what we've planned to do, okay? And then the other, another overarching issue that we found is the need for consistent and timely communication. As a government spends or manages its resources, there are periodic instances where they communicate how resources are being managed. After the planning and budget process, a document that comes out is your plan or your operational plan and your budget. That is a communication of the intention. This is what we plan to do, and this is how much we're going to use. As we are spending, we produce financial reports, isn't it? This is how our spending is, this is how we are spending. And as we are spending as well, we produce progress reports. This is what our spending is achieving. And we also produce audits internally as well as externally. This is a verification that this is our financial standing at the end of the day, but also this is how we have performed in terms of our use of public resources. Why is communication important? One, it's enabled by information. Okay, so our information need to be strengthened so that we are able to communicate how we are managing our resources to firstly improve and increase public trust within the system itself, right? And then also another thing that we saw is the need for decisive, timely, corrective action, especially when it comes to where instances of fraud, misuse, or abuse have been identified. We definitely want to see an urgent, proactive approach to taking decisive corrective action to avoid, or rather to enable the smart and efficient use of scarce resources. And I think the Honorable Chair gave a very beautiful example of what we've just seen in the Malawi context with the work of the Ombudsman as well as the National Audit Office in trying to ensure that there is a strengthened response in terms of monitoring the use of COVID funds. With that, I'd like to end there and hand back to the Chair. Thank you.
Hi, Rachel.
Yes, Honorable.
You are done.
Yes, I am done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, let us thank Rachel for the well-informed presentation on strengthening accountability. And I think this is a very important topic. Next time, I think after the COVID, you should call us in Johannesburg so that we can come together and maybe have 2 days of discussions and sharing ideas on how we can move on this one. Honourable members, as we are aware, we have the next presentation from Ngwerume, are you here?
Good morning. I'm here.
Mr. Ngwerume, you are here. You may take the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. I recognize all honorable members of parliament here present, and just to thank you again for this platform. So the presentations by Rachel, I think, has laid a solid foundation for the conversations that we are going to have around the commitments around sexual and reproductive health and rights, and also looking at the area of agriculture. I'm from an organization called SAFAID, we're a regional organization based in Harare, but we're operational in 6 countries, which is Lesotho, the Kingdom of Eswatini, South Africa, Zambia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. And our focus and interest is around strengthening the environment or the policy environment around sexual and reproductive health and rights, but also looking around the key factors influencing realization of such rights. Issues such as livelihoods, climate change, gender, all those have an overbearing effect around realization of SRHR. So my interest this morning is around talking about young adolescents and young people. Why adolescents and young people? So this is a critical group. If we look at the demographic dynamics, we can know that we have a bulging population, adolescents and young people, and there is a constant business case for us to invest in the health of this particular demographic. I was listening through to the conversations earlier on. Sorry, can you hear me? Can you clearly hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Right. Thank you so much. So I'll just share my screen.
Okay.
And I'll speak briefly to around the issues of interrogating commitments on sexual and reproductive health and rights for adolescents and young people in the region. And what's coming out, I heard Madam Chair when she spoke about multiple commitments that we are signatory to or that we recognize in the region. So we have multiple, even I cannot remember or go through all of them, which is a critical issue. But what then comes to mind is now we have multiple commitments, multiple declarations, multiple frameworks. How are we streamlining this in a manner that we can track where we are with each of these commitments? How are we also bringing it down into a language that even the ordinary citizenry can understand and be a part of? So this is something that we really have to look at in the broader picture of the multiple commitments that are in existence. So when we look for us as Southwest, in 2019, when there was the SADC strategy and scorecard that was launched, and looking at the period 2019 to 2030, we thought this was an adequate or comprehensive framework that tries to draw down on the different commitments, but also present a comprehensive framework against which, as governance, we can try and drive realization of the sexual and reproductive health and rights. But of course, there was a question earlier, is it Honorable Madam Rosie, where she asked, is it feasible for governments to allocate 5% of the budget, of the national budget? When we came up with that recommendation, it was before COVID-19 is struck. But now, as we're now going deeper and deeper, initially, when it was around March, when countries started engaging in lockdowns, initially we thought, it's just a temporary measure. In a few months, everything will be back to normal. But now, as we go deeper and deeper, we're realizing there is more happening around COVID-19. And right now, even in the region, there's also a worry that, for example, the variant that's being witnessed in India can actually be seen, for example, within our region, and this may spawn a bigger wave within the region. So now the conversation has shifted into saying, now we're in an emergency environment, we're responding to COVID.
Hello.
But
Hello.
still, issues around sexual and reproductive health and rights are still relevant. And how do we, in such a way, still maintain the priority around COVID-19, but not do away with challenges being faced by adolescents and young people around sexual and reproductive health and rights? I know recently there have been conversations, there's been some preliminary evidence around cases of sexual and gender-based violence being on the increase in South Africa, Zimbabwe, Zambia. And these are all issues that center or hover are now around the impacts of COVID-19. So this is something that I'm just going to touch on. Right. So what is, this is just a recap. I'm just a global recap around SRHR. So, and what it means. What is critical is for every adolescent and young people to be in a position to make decisions around their sexual and reproductive health, but in an environment that is free from violence, free from coercion, free from discrimination. And now when we have cases, for example, around forced or early child marriages, where does the freedom to make a decision come into play? Recently, I think there have been issues around security threats in Mozambique. What is the impact or connotation for the rights of adolescents and young people to be realized in such an environment? So this is just a recap, and it's important for us to have this in the back of our minds. How do we create a safer environment for people or adolescents and young people to make decisions? And also critical is also for them to access a wide range of health services, which is unhindered. So it's devoid of challenges such as cost or structural challenges. I spoke earlier around commitments. So this is just a summation of some of the commitments that we recognize. The list is not comprehensive. I know there are others that we might not have recognized here, but in the region of the protocol on gender and development, how we mainstream gender within the different development priorities within the region. Recently, there's the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan, which is going to guide, I think, actions in the region 2020-2030. I've spoken about the SRH strategy and scorecard, that framework. There's the SR commitment, which focuses on ensuring that young people have access to comprehensive sexuality education and SRH services. These are the ministerial commitments. There's the Mahé Declaration, which was adopted under SADC-PF on sustained engagement by SADC parliaments to implement Resolution 60.2 of the Commission of the Status of Women on Women, Girl Child, and HIV and AIDS. So addressing underlying drivers that expose women and girls to HIV and AIDS. So beyond this, there's also a number at global level. We speak about the SDGs, SDG 3 on health, gender, equality. We talk about HIV treatment targets. And under the African Union, with Agenda 2063, the 50-year vision of Africa. We've recently the revised 2016 to 2030 Maputo Plan of Action, looking also broadly at the SRH framework. And there's constant referral to the Abuja Declaration on Health and Funding, where the core was to say, let's have at least 15% allocation towards health by national governments. So the big question, looking at that, are we there? Is it feasible? Again, I want to come back to the question raised by Honorable Rossi when she said, how feasible is it that we can allocate so much percentage to health now that we're to sexual and reproductive health? Now we're in a COVID crisis, and the implications of COVID are much more than health. So we're looking at, for example, there's a projected global recession. The economy is going to feel the pinch. And there's a lot of challenges, even just beyond health, that governments will need to invest in, need to address. So the question for now might not be, okay, should we be pushing or driving for 5% allocation to sexual and reproductive health? In the short term, it might not be feasible. I'm giving a global picture, but of course, at country level, we can have these conversations. In the short term, it might not be feasible. But within the available cake, in the current environment, how best can we still ensure that we prioritize the response to COVID-19, address the broader issues that are affecting the country, but still ensure that we don't create a new pandemic in itself, where we have, for example, increased incidence of sexual gender-based violence, early unplanned pregnancies are on the rise. How do we still maintain that within the current cake? So that's the critical conversation that we now need to be having. So this is just some of the statistics that I was just researching, I think, in the previous week to say, where are we? I tried to get latest researches. And we have interesting data that still points us to a conclusion that we still have a lot to do to ensure that young people attain or realize their sexual and reproductive health and rights. So the South African Institute for International Affairs, in a 2021 publication, they're saying the average public health funding in the region lies at 5.3%. This is just an average. Of course, there are variants between countries, but averagely, we're looking at 5.3%. So which means a lot of what this translates to is that a number of services that are being accessed is through out-of-pocket costs. So people are taking funds from their own pockets to fund access to services. But it will be in an ideal setting, government should be in a position to ensure that they ensure that everyone has access to service and has limited barriers, that's in terms of financial costs. Issues of unsafe abortion. Of course, we know there are different conditions or provisions around unsafe abortion within the region. Many countries have got legal guidelines on instruments around unsafe abortion. They say in some countries like South Africa, you can walk into a facility, in a public health facility. Of course, you can access abortion services. I was speaking to young women in Eswatini, the Kingdom of Eswatini, and they're saying it's easy for us. I can get a bus in the morning from Eswatini, drive into South Africa, access a public health facility, terminate the pregnancy in a public health facility. If everything goes well, by evening, I'm back. But what does it mean for our different countries? Number one, when young girls who cannot go to South Africa are exposed, then what it basically means is we have risks. We have young girls going for backyard abortions. So the Gatmaker Institute estimates around 3.9 million unsafe abortions happening annually among young girls. But of course, the challenge is coming up with the different figures. In each country, we also look for that evidence. And a second issue is around early unplanned pregnancies. So the higher the number of projected unsafe abortions means access to contraceptive at times is not really universal for every young person. The unmet need, again, the Gatmaker 2019 report spoke about unmet need for contraception. I looked at some statistics that they presented in their reports. I'm looking at 73% in DRC. That's quite significant. If we're looking at the women aged 15 to 19. So women who still desire but cannot access contraception, that's 73% in DRC. The report points to 55% in Zambia. Then looking at young women who, again, the same age group, 15 to 19, were estimated not to deliver in health facilities. 110,000 in DRC, 27,000 in Zambia, 100,000 in Tanzania. These are estimates from the Gatmaker Institute, but they give us a sort of a global picture of some of the challenges that young people are still facing, and we need to recognize this. And while of course we will focus on COVID-19, these challenges will still need to be addressed. UNFPA estimates 10% of young girls in the region are married by the age of 15. So again, and then the issues around new HIV infections. Then when Julie spoke earlier, she presented recommendations that we came up before COVID-19. And indeed, COVID is now a significant game changer in our region. Issues of gender-based violence, really the reports, I know South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe, the reports have shown that since the initiation of lockdown measures, there have been spiraling numbers in terms of sexual and gender-based violence in the region. UNFPA also has estimations in their recent technical note to say if the lockdown continues for 6 months and there are major service disruption, an additional 7 million unintended pregnancies are expected to occur. If COVID-19 is likely to cause a 1/3 reduction in progress towards ending gender-based violence by 2030. So these are all things that we should recognize. In the opening of the HIV conference 2020 by the executive director of UNAIDS, she noted that if the disruption from COVID-19 to production of commodities and services on the ground continues for another 6 months, we could have 500,000 additional AIDS-related deaths, and we could have reversal of mother-to-child transmission of HIV back to where we were 10 years ago. So this is alarming. This is quite alarming. And now that we're having conversations with members of parliament, how do we ensure that we promote a win-win situation? When I'm saying win-win, in the sense that we're able to sustain an efficient response towards COVID-19, but at the same time, not to undermine the achievements that we have realized to date. So that, as for example, per this statement, we're not rolling back what we have realized. And there's also broader conversations that we need to be able to look at when we're looking at SRHR. The funding response to COVID-19 is compromised or reduced resources available for other essential health services. So now there's the priority. Madam Chair spoke earlier. Madam SG, she made reference to the issue around the focus on the vaccine, equity, access on the vaccine. Within that, what is overall the implication that we also need to consider? And to make it more difficult, we've had a significant part of our healthcare is also funded by external donors or funding partners. And I know recently, the British government says we're cutting a significant chunk of our development aid. And what this means, or what this translates to, is in terms of some of the services that are funded directly through the British government within our respective countries will cease to operate or will cease to offer those particular services. We have the question around human resources. So human resources have been removed from other essential health services to focus on COVID-19. Let's talk about the lockdowns. The focus or the rationale behind having lockdowns meant to curtail the spread of COVID-19, it's quite commendable. And from a scientific perspective, this is the recommendation. But within the context of these lockdowns, if we also looked at the unintended consequences of lockdowns, in some, for example, extreme level 4, level 5 lockdowns, even movement is not permitted. So what are we saying for that young person who's living with HIV and needs to travel to a public health facility to access their antiretroviral therapy, as an example? What does it mean for that survivor or that lady who has experienced gender-based violence? She needs to go and report a case. She needs help. But because of the lockdown, she's not able to do so. Someone needs to go for STI screening, but they're not permitted to move beyond the radius of their home. What does it mean? So all these conversations, now that with COVID-19, how can we still sustain and promote a win-win situation? Now, I'm just going to refer back. I think Rachel is spoken in depth about it, but while we can talk about the commitment, having a commitment on paper signed off, that's a critical first step. And we should, where countries have ratified, have signed on commitments, we should applaud. There's then the second phase of moving that translation, that commitment into a reality. How does it work? The role of the state is to act as an enabler for those rights to be realized. And what the state can do is to ensure that they provide the necessary material and institutional support so that young people's rights are realized. So if you have an SI strategy, if you have a certain framework, ultimately it does not benefit the young person when they go to a health facility and it's difficult for them to access the most basic service. This is where we need to get it. This is where we need to look at what mechanisms or environment have we created so that we put adequate resources and put in place the necessary mechanisms to monitor those resources. Rachel spoke about a big elephant in the room, the issue around corruption, as an example. We have had reports in South Africa, I know at national level, Zimbabwe, there have been similar issues. Malawi, if I'm not Malawi, Zambia, there have been issues around corruption. And when we look at it broadly and just say corruption, ultimately, if we trace our steps back, corruption might look at something like procuring expired contraceptives so that someone gets a kickback. In our face, it's simply a case of corruption and the individual has to be dealt with. But what does it mean for the young person for the young person who needs to access contraceptive and is getting commodities that have expired, or not even getting the commodities in entirety because the funds have been diverted to individual pockets? So our eye and oversight role needs to constantly be, how are we translating this into the basic services that a young person can access? And linked to this, Madam Chair spoke about the issue of social accountability. How do we monitor? How do we have mechanisms to monitor that the right services are reaching the people? That's where the issue around participation comes in. So when Julie, one of the recommendations from the budget summit was establishing a youth advisory committee, it came out from the concept that we need to look at parameters or methods through which participation and contribution by young people can be sustained. And one of the questions I would like to put through to the House this morning is, what does participation look like? Well, it's a controversial term, but what does participation look like? Where do we say really we've had young people contributing, monitoring, being part of the decision-making process? So this is something I'm just putting forward for further conversation. One of the critical areas now, sexual and reproductive health and rights. While it speaks broadly about sexual and reproductive health, we now are in an environment where there are many factors we also need to look at beyond just the actual rights, but also the environment through which these rights have to be realized. We are having a meeting in with some partners from a district within Zimbabwe. It's a rural district, and it's called Mutoko, exactly, Mutoko Rural District. And there were issues around women giving birth at home. They could not come to the nearest or the district health facility. And when we further interrogated, what we realized is there was the road network between one of the villages coming through to the central area, central district, business district. It was so bad that even public vehicles did not want to drive there. And as a result, getting transport, road transport to that village became a challenge. So while initially we look at it as an SIH situation, but lack of suitable road network is already contributing towards the challenge of women giving birth at home. And now what happens is it's untrained birth attendants who are now doing the role. So we need to look at it broadly, issues of food and nutrition. Now with COVID, there's increased poverty level. There are overall implications. A number of people have lost their jobs during the COVID era. Social protection mechanisms. How do we look at the broad environment and come up and mainstream SRH when addressing and looking at issues broadly? So we need to have a micro lens that acknowledges the implications of other decisions around SRHR. Finally, now I think Ratio is talking about broadly the public resource management framework and aspects, but what role can members of parliament play just in strengthening their oversight role? Amplifying the voices of communities. So as members of parliament, you are more connected to your respective constituency. You have leeway through different platforms to interact with your members, with your constituency members. So the key question is, how do you create an open platform where you can interact, you get the evidence, you understand what is happening within your respective constituency. And this is what you can also utilize during the conversations in parliament. Then are also facilitating citizen engagement in budgetary and legislative consultative platforms. Well, I know in Zimbabwe, there's the pre-budget consultations that take place every year. So as members of parliament, now we have young people. How do we create meaningful engagement, meaningful participation by young people in such platforms? So the current challenge, when we did a bit of research, was young people perceive that in some of these high-level consultations, they're not for us. Our member of parliament will do, and even so, even if we participate, our voices will not be heard. So the motivation is not there. So how do we start really looking at that concept of engagement and participation and make it meaningful for adolescents and young people? Then speak out in strategic platforms bravely and with evidence to unlock barriers, promote social agency to address some of these issues. So there are issues around from the supply side, sorry, from the demand side, the issues around harmful social, cultural, or religious practices. So as an opinion leader within your respective area, you can speak out against some of these practices. Pass motions to allocate resources in a prioritized manner. So we spoke now to say, okay, 5% may not be feasible now, but in the existing cake, what can be prioritized? How do we also position SRH and other critical health issues within the motions around budget allocation? If it's issues around corruption or misuse of resources, now, for example, we have Auditor General's reports from the Ombudsman. How do we track and monitor that there are sufficient mechanisms to respond or create or to respond to some of the findings and recommendations from such public reports? Advocate national budgets that finance key SRH issues and integrated issues that I've alluded to. For example, now we're talking about many people have lost jobs, the poverty levels have been high. How do we look at broadly financing for economic transformation in a way that we still create opportunities for the men and the women in the ordinary village, so that they also have opportunity to increase income, wash, water, and access to water and sanitation, access, for example, to menstrual wear. How do we make that a reality? Then repeal or align contradictory or discriminatory laws. So now on the basis of evidence, are there any contradictions? Is there any discrimination that's coming out from existing laws? Let's look at that. Let's reflect and ensure that we reduce or avert any barriers that adolescents and young people can face in accessing services. Then finally, being able to track again those commitments and follow up and say, what have we done as a country to ensure that we align with these commitments that we have signed on to? Right, I'll stop here, but I'll still leave you with that question. What does meaningful participation look like? Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Muito obrigado. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ngwerume Maitabasa Tenda, for that well-researched presentation. Honorable members, allow me to invite Mr. Joe Mizinga for our next presentation. Then after that, we are going to have a question and answer session where we can ask questions, bring in our comments and also recommendations. Thank you so much. Mr. Mizinga.
Yes, good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. You may take the floor.
Sorry, my network is not very good, so let me switch off the camera and then proceed. Yes, after Pacey and Rachel and then Judy, now I'm going straight to speak about the agriculture situation in SADC, and also focusing on some of the commitments and how we are performing. The protocols are observed. I think the internet is stabilizing a little bit. Yes, I will be speaking about the SADC standing, in terms of interrogating the SADC commitment in the agriculture and food security. My name is Joe Mzinga. As you say, I'm speaking from the Eastern and Southern Africa Small Scale Farmers Forum. In short, is ESAF. So what is the outline? In fact, just a little bit about why agriculture is important. I think we know all. We eat every day, and we have our growth of this coming from the agriculture sector, fish and beef, etc. So we'll be talking also about SADC itself in terms of the membership, I think you know population, but also hunger and then the GDP, and then see how is going to be affected very much by the COVID-19. And then a little bit about the commitment at the regional level and also global level, and then going to the national level, and then the SADC performance as per the biannual review report of the Malabo 2017, but also 2019. Just to say that the new one is being compiled and it will be coming out in 2022, but it's a little bit raised higher. And lastly, the recommendations to you. Yes. Yeah, why agriculture is important, I think is to say that agriculture is influencing economic growth of the region. And in fact, if is supported by the public sector, it might have a number of people out of poverty. And it is said by FAO and UN that the sector can alleviate poverty almost 11 times more than any other sector, including oil and gas, but also mining and services. So nearly 50% of the population under poverty line, and this is by 2010, and 60% extremely poor. So that is a little bit higher if we compare the SADC population. And then in terms of stunting, we are not doing very well. More than 30% in some of the countries, 40% if we take DRC in terms of stunting. So we are 16 members after the Moroccos, and then the population is around 350 million. So you can guess half of it and 60% under extreme poverty is a bit shocking. And then majority are depending on agriculture. I think again, this is a paradox that majority who are feeding the nations are also hungry and then poor. According to the statistics, almost 50.8 million people are food and nutrition insecure. And this is from the just ended SADC Ministers of Agriculture statistics. So you can compare that before, by 2020, it was about 44.8. So it's about 6 million people in the increase for this year. And as Space said, probably the impact of COVID-19 might be felt in the years to come. The GDP is 721, but as we all know, almost half is South African contribution. And then the agriculture makes almost 20% of the regional GDP. So it's very, very critical to ensure that we invest in the agriculture sector. But the funding in the agriculture sector is declining. If you look at the statistics in 2019 and 2020, and I think even 2021 might be showing the same trend, even worse. In terms of trade, we are still at 376, not very much trading in the region. And then you can see the importance of value addition to the agriculture sector, because most of the product that are being traded is agriculture as well. We are still at 16%. If compared to Asia, that is 30% in terms of trade. And if we compare to Europe, is about 60% in terms of trade. So we are still very far in terms of stimulating our trade in the region. So let me go to the commitment very quickly. As we all know, there are 17 goals, and the UN came out in 2015, and to be accomplished by 2030. And if we look at the SADC 2030, there is no poverty by 2030, but also no hunger by 2030. But if you look at the region, according to the FAO reports, hunger is in the increase. As I said before, 6 million have just added up to make 50.8 million people who are food and nutrition secure in SADC. So that is really, really shocking. And another commitment is on the African agenda, 2063. Persis talked about it, but in particular, when it comes to agriculture, the CADIP 2025. We have about 4 years to go to realize this. and we will see how we are performing. Number one goal is about the principles. I guess on this one, only Tanzania was on track. In terms of upholding the 10% standing, we have the two countries, Malawi and Zambia. They are doing quite well. And then in terms of ending hunger, no country is on track. I think in the continent it's only Uganda that is on track in terms of ending hunger by 2025. Having poverty and growing the agriculture sector by 6%, no country is growing by that level. In terms of trade, as I said before, we are still far behind. Only Madagascar is trying in terms of the intra-trade in the SADC region. In terms of resilience, no country is investing in having a budget on climate change. Only Mauritius has a budget on climate change. And in terms of accountability, that is the last goal. So at the regional level, what do we have? We have the SADC Vision 2050. This is very new, came out last year, approved by the head of states. But also we have the SADC RISDIP, the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan. That also was approved last year, but I think the implementation is also dragging because the country is still looking at the implementation matrix. And then we have the regional agriculture policy. And lastly, we have the food and nutrition security. So these are the critical framework to look at. So if we look at the vision, by 2050, we envision a peaceful, inclusive, competitive, middle to high income industrialized region. So that is our ambition by 2050. Now, what is the RISDIP covering? We have the foundation, that is peace and security and good governance, but also we have pillar number 1 in terms of the industrial development and market integration. So I would like to say here that if we compare the previous RISDIP by 2015 and 2010, 2015, and this one, 2020, 2030, you see that they have taken elevated the agriculture sector from the other sector now is in pillar 1. And that is good, that's now we can see agriculture is being taken seriously by the RISDIP 2030. Pillar number 3 is about infrastructure development, and pillar number 2 is about infrastructure development to support industrial development. But also pillar number 3 is mainly on social and human capital development. And also we have cross-cutting within gender, youth, environment, climate change, and disaster management. Now, if you look at the SADC agricultural policy that came out in 2014, is also looking forward in terms of enhancing sustainable agriculture production, also productivity and competitiveness. So the issue of increasing food production is covered under area A. And then B is number 2 is about improve regional and international trade. Again, we can see the linkages with Malabo commitment. But also C is about improve private and public sector engagement. And D is about reduce social and economic vulnerability, ensuring that we are food and nutrition secure in the changing climatic condition, but also economics. And the last commitment which I've taken here is on the SADC nutrition security, and this is ending by 2025. And in fact, the implementation is still dragging. Probably we can confirm at the national level. It came out during when Malawi was the chair of the SADC in 2015 or 2014 or 2016. So is all about having some of the indicators is having a functional system to promote extension services and best practices. But if now up to now we don't have the SADC extension service strategy, and probably might be coming from the current RISDIP as well. Also, the evidence in terms of variety of seeds that is used by farmers. Agriculture is becoming very expensive because of the inputs, that's external inputs that are being pushed by the multinational companies. But also operationalization of the food and nutrition security at national level, then developing laws and policies that guarantee the right to food by 2023. So we have 2 years to see this is realized. And also reducing stunting to below 30 by 2025, and also reducing food imports. Another very critical commitment is on the SADC Declaration on Agriculture and Food Security. This is the Dar es Salaam Declaration that came out in 2004 in May, but it really is forgotten, but we are glad to see that is in the new RISD. But also very critical is about the Regional Development Fund. Most of the assessment are showing that our implementation at the SADC level, national level, is really hindered because of lack of financing. Very dependent, heavy donor dependent. And within the SADC treaty, we have the Regional Development Fund. And also within the same, the ministers developed the Agriculture Development Fund as a special facility to be implemented within the Regional Development Fund. Now, it's sad to report that only 7 member states have signed the agreement so far, and none by the end of 2017 has deposited the instruments, because each country was supposed to deposit about 120 million USD to make sure that this instrument is operational. And the 7 countries that have signed, you can see at the signatures, we have Angola, DRC, Lesotho, Mozambique, Eswatini, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. So only 7 that have signed, and many of the countries, they have not signed to operation the Regional Development Fund. So let me look very quickly in terms of the Malabo Biennial Review report. As we can see, the first report came out in 2017, and very few countries in SADC, no, about half of the SADC countries, so not very few, about half of the SADC countries were off track. So it means that we have about half of them on track. You can see the countries that which are in red, they are off track: DRC, Tanzania, Angola, Zambia, but also Zimbabwe and Madagascar, and is this Lesotho, Swaziland, that were over or not on track. So so out of 15 countries that reported, this was before Comoro, 8, sorry, not 7, 8 were on track, and the minimum score was 3.9, almost 4. And these are the 7 countries that were off track: Lesotho, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Madagascar, Tanzania, Angola, and DRC. And the countries that did well is Mauritius, Malawi, Botswana, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Seychelles, and Eswatini. We can see the chart. So this was 2017, and this was the first Malabo. You can see we have Mauritius that is scored very well, Malawi, and then Botswana and the other countries, and DRC, Angola, and Tanzania were the last 3 countries, as well as Madagascar. So in 2019, it was worse. Only 4 countries out of 48 countries, continental, were on track. These are Rwanda, Morocco, Mali, and Ghana. So it means that the entire SADC, no country was on track. You can see here, the benchmark was 6.6%, 6.6 points, and no country is on track. So we are all in red, from Mauritius, Zambia, Tanzania, all the way to South Africa, and Comoro did not report. So this is the situation in terms of performance as far as the Malabo 7 goals I mentioned earlier is. So what are we recommending? Number 1, we need to fulfill the Malabo commitment by allocating the 10%. progressive to the agriculture sector. As you can see, the investment is dwindling. Even if investment is there, we have challenge in terms of coming to the 6% as is required by the Malabo. And by this, I think it was an issue in the morning, we need to broaden, in fact, the revenue collection in our countries. So number two, we recommend that we need to support smallholder producers, those who were affected by COVID-19. The whole chain from production, transportation, but also those small majority women who are selling in the market this agricultural produce. Then number three, we are proposing the SADC-PF to own, assess and respond to the findings of the Malabo Biennial Review Report. You can see very few countries, only 3 are compliant with the NIPS, the National Agriculture Investment Plan, according to the Malabo. Among them is Malawi, and then Lesotho and Swaziland. Only 3 countries that are Malabo compliant as far as the domestication and the alignment of the National Agriculture Investment Plan. Then 3 is member states also to operationalize the regional development funds, which can also support the agriculture development fund. And then number 4 is to adopt SADC member states to adopt a gender-based right to food and nutrition framework in all future review of policy and strategies. The right to food. And number 5, recommendations from the project is that SADC Parliamentary Forum to form a right to food and nutrition-based parliamentary front against the hunger in the SADC region, based on the model of the Portuguese-speaking African countries, PALOP, but also the Latin American countries. And then number 6 is to encourage introduction of the SADC regional strategy on extension, but also ensuring that food, seed is also recognized, particularly the QDS, quality declared seeds, so that farmers at the district level or ward level can share seed. We now increasingly see laws and policies put in place that curtail farmers sharing. And we see that agriculture is becoming expensive. The farming itself is becoming expensive for smallholder farmers. And we would like to encourage the support to agroecological agriculture that ensure a very good and healthy food for consumers. Number 7 is about development and strengthening the national regional participatory joint agriculture sector review. And this is the JASA platforms. Of course, the SADC Secretariat also has promised to put this one in place, but we need a push. And then number 8 is in terms of advocating for the establishment of SADC national committees, so that the discussion around these regional issues can start at the national level. It's only Mozambique that is reported to have the SADC National Committee. But also last one that you can see is there is a recommendation also to make sure that the SADC-PF is becoming a fully legislative body. We have been talking about accountability, monitoring here, but if you don't have a regional parliament to put in place laws, I think, and approve budgets, I think we have a long way to go in terms of accountability. So that's all, Chair. I think I'm within the time. Over to you, and thank you again for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Muzinga, for such a wonderful presentation, very informative. And honorable members and participants, we have had 3 presenters, Madam Rachel, Mr. Ngwirume, and Mr. Muzinga, who has just finished now. And all of them have touched on the number of issues that are affecting our region on in 3 sectors. We are looking at social accountability. We are also looking at the health sector, and we are also looking at the agricultural sector. And I'm sure honorable members, you are eager to ask questions, you are eager to make comments, and you are eager also to come up with contributions so that we assist each other in our region. Now, this time, I'll give it to honorable members for questions. And I will do as we have done the first part. I will be recognizing three members per set. Then we give a chance to our presenters to respond. We can even, if we are asking, when we are asking questions, we can even refer to the presenter we are asking the question. That will be also be better for them to pick the questions and have responses for us. So, honour members, may I have hands if you have questions or if you have comments. Pauline, you assist. Yeah, I'm not seeing any hands on my screen. Maybe you are seeing any.
Thank you, Chair. Not yet, but I'm still looking out for any hands.
Okay. As we are waiting for the hands, let me just say a few things. I will start with the last presenter, Mr. Mazinga. Thank you so much for that presentation. As I already said in my wish that Miss Rachel asked, I was also talking about the same agriculture. To say agriculture is very important for us in our region as SADC. The moment we are food secure, then we are fair and fine. But we have a lot of challenges that we need to sort out as a region. We talk of droughts, we talk of floods, we talk of climate change that affect our agricultural sector. We talk even of poverty, which make farmers or smallholder farmers not to be able to have access to farm inputs for them to grow enough for their families and also enough for them to sell and meet their needs. So small farmers just grow enough for consumption in such a way their needs are affected. They will need money for clothes. They will need money for energy. They will need money for sending children to school. They will need money for medication. So if as a region we have good policies to empower these smallholder farmers so that they can be able to grow for consumption, but also to grow for sale. And then that way, the poverty alleviation that we have mentioned, we will be able to be reducing the percentage. But as of now, we still have that challenge. Malawi as a country, we have a program that is of farm inputs, affordable farm inputs that the government is implementing. It is assisting in a way, but we still have a long way to go. So I just wanted to mention that it is very important as a region to come up with very policies which are real policies that we can be able to implement. In most of the times we come up with policies, but we are poor at implementing the policies. In such, we are not moving forward. We are still where we were in other cases. Maybe we are going backwards. So as a forum, I think it's very important, and also to say that we have declarations, we have protocols, we have agreements that state members are signed to, but then implementation on the ground, domestication is not being done. And as an institution, as SADC, we don't have that punitive law that if you sign and you don't domesticate, what happens to that state? Or if you don't sign, what happens to that state? We don't have those laws. So I think we should also look at that to say what will happen to a country which does not sign to an agreement that was made amongst the state members. Thank you so much. Let me not say much. I have seen Seychelles, Honorable Rose, and then I have also seen Zimbabwe, Honorable Mahadi. So we'll start with Seychelles. You may take the floor. Honorable Rose? Can you hear me, Honorable Rose from Seychelles? Okay.
Okay, I'm here. I'm here. Yeah,
all
I'm
right.
here.
You take the floor, Honorable Member.
Yeah, I would just like to ask a question in relation to the methods that we are going to take in relation to the questions. Are we going to take the questions by presentations, or are we going to take all, I mean, are we going to give all, or provide all our questions to all the presenters?
Yes, you may do so. When you are asking, you can even mention to say this question is going to Mr. Mizinga and so on.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to ask Mr. Percy for SAFEDS. Yes, definitely. You discussed about the three main issues in regards to nutrition, malnutrition, and stunting. But I did not hear anything in regards to obesity, whether this is an issue of malnutrition as well, because in comparison to foods that are expensive, they are healthy foods. Whereas foods that are cheap, like starchy, sugary foods and oily foods, they are cheaper. So I would like to have in an exchange into that. And the other thing I would like to ask Percy is access to the vulnerable groups, especially the HIV/AIDS patients in regards to the COVID pandemic. I don't know what other countries are facing. Maybe it will be lessons to be learned from other countries or from our groups here. We are having issues in relation to vaccination of HIV positive clients to COVID-19 vaccines. And it's, of course, the vaccines is available, but they have become hesitant in taking the vaccines regards to confidentiality issues. So I would like to have at least those two questions, and then I can rediscuss others in relation to other issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Rose. Honorable Zimbabwe. Can you hear me? Honorable from Zimbabwe. I see your hand up. Honorable Goodluck Kwaramba.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. It's not the Honorable Kwaramba, it's Honorable Mohadi.
But
can you hear me?
It's showing me Kwaramba here. That's fine.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mine
is a comment on the last speaker, where he was talking of the idea of ending hunger. I want to say, if people are given inputs. The local people are given inputs, they'll be able to be self-sufficient. For example, in Zimbabwe, we've done it where the government provided inputs to smallholder farmers, and they practiced what we called Fumvudza, where people, even those without implements, they could use their hoes to dig holes, and they would plant. Research was done to implement this Fumvudza, and people were taught by the agri-tech officials. They grouped these peoples in rural areas, and they were taught how to dig holes and plant their maize. Now, the small portions which they were allocated to, they were able to plant, and they were able to harvest enough to last them for a year. Now, this is as a result of a research which was done in agriculture. And I want to say, with the rates that we received, people have harvested. We have a lot of maize in Zimbabwe. And also our government is also introducing irrigation to those with water bodies. They are going to be given irrigation materials so that they can also irrigate, because you know the rains are very erratic. But I want to say, if given the rainfall season that we had this year, we surely will be able to end hunger. And the people were also given beans. You know, they also planted maize, and they have beans, meaning to say they have their staple food, and they also have relish. So this will go a long way into assisting the smallholder farmers. And also women were given priority, because they are the ones who worked on the small portions. And I want to say they've worked really, really hard, and they've harvested. We have a lot of maize. So this is a right step into ending hunger. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Muhadi. Any other hand? Why are we? Hello?
Hello?
Honorable Kwaramba is the one who has just spoken, eh?
Yes, I had to give
okay,
you
now let me have Honorable Muhadi.
Yes. Now we
All right,
are
you may take the floor, Honorable.
Yes, thank you so much. I think on the issue of what's this one, the first one, Rasho Gondo, on resources, I still stick to the issue of having resources to improve or to empower people, because that is the basic point. If ever we are to progress in our agricultural activities. And also, I'm encouraging, I don't know how we can best do it, the 10% fund that we are supposed to increase in the budget of agriculture. Because as long as agriculture does not have sufficient budget, we are not going anywhere. We need to increase budget allocations, and we have to lobby for more funds for agricultural activities. On the issue of health, really, we can see the problems that we are facing at the moment. If we look at the gender violence, which is increasing every time and again, we ought to have ways of reducing the gender violence, because it has gone too high. And also when we come to Mr. Jumusinga, yes, he talked about the member states that have signed and those that have not signed. But let me tell you that what we need most is not just the signing. We need to see the implementation of what has been signed, because we can sign and sign, but as long as there is no implementation, we are not going anywhere. Also, we have to look at the issue of monitoring what we will have done and evaluating, seeing that what we managed to get, are we doing it in the right way or not. So we have a lot of work to do, and I think on the legislative side, from Mr. I've forgotten the Mr. Muzinga as well. I think we have to be seen having awareness meetings in the constituencies so that we carry everyone along. We should find that we are at par with everybody. Information is power, Madam Chair. Without information, people will never implement or will never understand us if they don't have sufficient information. I think for me, because let me say finally, because of COVID-19, really the progress is very minimal. Let's just pray that maybe COVID-19 can excuse us so that we come full swing in our implementation program, because it's very difficult for us to meet. A lot of people are dying and we don't know what to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mhadi. Those three honorable members who have come in. May we have responses from our presenters?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to just kickstart the response. Firstly, I looked at the contribution by Honorable Rosie. She mentioned the issues around obesity. Indeed, thank you for raising that. It's something that maybe I did not include in the presentation, but something that we need to also generate comprehensive evidence so that we also look at the conversation around linkages between obesity, health, and well-being. And also take corrective steps, I think, within the region to address this. But thank you for bringing that to the meeting. Then the second issue around access of vulnerable groups to vaccines. This is, and the hesitancy by people living with HIV. So I think as you're aware, the current discourse around the COVID-19 vaccines, there's still a lot of evidence that's been generated as the vaccines are rolling out. I know, for example, the issues that around blood clots that we experienced, and also recognizing that vaccines have been approved for emergency use, which means there are other processes that are also needed to ensure that there's comprehensive evidence. So coming to the issues around, I'll not only meet people living with HIV, persons living with, for example, people who have cancer, people living with sugar diabetes, different conditions. I think the key determinant is around having the evidence, the trial evidence ready and presented from the trials that have been conducted for Sinovac, for the Pfizer vaccine. To what extent have we evidence that we can also look at as respective countries and say, these are the possible implications for a person living with HIV to receive the vaccine, so that when we are communicating, people make informed decisions. My current assumption is the rollout of the vaccines in the countries at the present moment, it's people make the decisions, not compulsory, but we should be in a position to generate or present correct factual data or evidence from this to say these are the likely implications, there are no side effects, kindly proceed to encourage you. So that is my take. Unfortunately, because we're not from a scientific background, I do not have much information to say what are the linkages, what are the likely side effects. Then take note around Honorable Mahad, you spoke about the rising cases of gender-based violence. Yes, in terms of the drivers, what we have seen before COVID-19, there was issues around poverty, norms, our cultural norms and values, some religious drivers. Now we have the added challenge of increased poverty. So the research is saying a number of people have lost livelihoods. A number of breadwinners are now staying at home. And ultimately, this has also pushed so hard so that there's more conflict within families. So we need a multifaceted approach to addressing gender-based violence, looking at the behaviors, addressing cultural norms, religious practices, but also looking at it in the broader aspect of improving livelihoods at household level. because evidence is showing a link between increased poverty and cases of gender-based violence. Thank you so much. Sorry, just one more. You mentioned, though it was directed to Joe or Mr. Msinga, you spoke about the issue of signing agreements versus monitoring and the actual implementation. This is a very critical aspect. So when I said the presentation, I mean that we have so many commitments, we have so many ratifications that we have done. But ultimately, what tells us that this is being realized is when we look at the farmer at the end of the day who's able to access extension services. If it's health, the young person who's able to go to a facility and all modes of contraceptives are available. So we need, I think this is an opportunity for members of parliament to say, how do we strengthen community level monitoring of such service so that we get real-time feedback around what is happening in the community. So large-scale reports, yes, they can tell you 57% are accessing, 87%, but issues of quality, you can get them when you interact more with the communities and have this evidence present. Thank you so much.
Yes, I thought Rachel would be going before I go. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Madam Ndebere. You talked about the role of agriculture and in fact FISIP, but it's just a caution a little bit on the study. I think we'll speak later on the same, that some countries are putting a lot. I think Malawi is #1 in terms of the large FISIP in the agriculture sector, but there's a lot of corruption, non-participatory farmers, and of course quite a number of malpractice. But at the end of the day, who is benefiting are the multinational companies who are selling seed, but also who are selling fertilizer. And once the soil is used to fertilizer, you have to add more and more and more. But again, when you add more and more fertilizers, you are polluting the underground water and so forth. So yes, we are really encouraging looking at the FISIP itself, but also calling for countries and stakeholders to relook again in terms of the FISIP, particularly because we'll see quite a number of a lot of money that is putting there, but really agriculture is not growing. That's a paradox. In terms of Madam Rose, in terms of the obesity, according to this latest study from SADC, is indicating that there are few countries, about 3 countries, that there is indication alarming in terms of obesity. This is South Africa, if I can mention. Sorry, yeah, I mentioned South Africa. That is on the same, but also Botswana seems to be on the trend in terms of obesity. But also Mauritius, not so sure about Seychelles, but Mauritius is mentioned as one of the countries that is obesity is higher. But also countries within Lesotho and Swaziland, in a way, also indication in terms of obesity. Yeah, in terms of the question from, comment from Madam Kwaramba, I think is okay. Zimbabwe was one of the most affected country in SADC, I think last year. So it's good to hear that there is maize and other food, because according to the statistics, it was showing we had about 4.7 million people who were food insecure by July 2020. So if there is a bumper harvest, we have to acknowledge the initiative that are being taken by the government of Zimbabwe. We still have a challenge. Malawi was having about by July last year, but also Eswatini about about 360,000 people as well as. So it's good to hear that there is improvement on the picture, and I think those can be coped in a way in terms of ensuring that we have sustainable. The biggest challenge in our continent, or this part of that, Once we have good rains, is fine. But next year, if we have enough rains, I think, as you said, that we need to invest more in irrigation in terms of water. Well, agriculture is water initially. And also meteorological, but also research about the 10%. Agriculture, yes, is good. Even if it's small, the biggest challenge that you've noted is even that small one is not dispersed to the forest. We'll discuss later in the next presentation how countries really allocate the 10, maybe even Malawi can come to 10%, very good. Zambia, very nice. But in terms of disbursement, I think it's around 70. In some cases, like Tanzania, you can find 20% that is disbursed. So it's not only in terms of the allocation, but also in terms of the disbursement. And that's correct, as we said, implementation is everything. We can talk and speak and exchange, but implementation is the key to make sure that we realize. But again, implementation cannot come if we don't push, because that is the cake, like Rachel said. Everyone is fighting. Everyone is fighting. Infrastructure is fighting. Education is fighting. Health is fighting. So everyone is fighting. So I think there needs a push. That's why we're saying we need also to make sure that we broaden the revenue correction in our countries. You find mostly who is funding our budgets, particularly workers, because of the pay as you earn. Out of that, very few are contributing to the national coffers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mizinga. Rachel, are you there? I think there was your question.
Yes, thank you, Honorable. I think it was more of a comment, probably adding value to the point around the importance of having strengthened capacities. And I think the word that was used was empowerment. So having strengthened capacities for citizens and also for duty bearers, because also when it comes to, we're talking about how there's a disconnect when it comes to implementation. So if we have duty bearers or public service providers that understand this is how resources are managed, this is why I am doing the job that I'm doing, this is why I cannot loan myself as an accountant, this is why I cannot loan myself the resources that are paid in by the residents when they pay their bills. If we have those capacities strengthened and we have the right people in the right jobs doing what they are meant to be in terms of the different processes within how resources are meant to be managed, then we will definitely be talking of a different kind of picture. Also, if we have strengthened capacities, civic capacities to engage with public resource management, where citizens become more and more aware in terms of what it actually takes to have or to deliver services, and what role citizens play, what role governments play, and where are we collaborating with different stakeholders, even private sector players. How best can we collaborate to strengthen our processes for managing our resources so that we best achieve our development objectives? So I think that was, that it was a comment, and I totally agree with that. We definitely need strengthened capacities across the board and more increased collaboration with different stakeholders so that we leverage our different capacities. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Rachel. I see a hand again from Seychelles, Honorable Rose, and then Honorable Mohadi. I think this is going to be our last set so that we can break for lunch, and then we come back after lunch. Honorable Rose from Seychelles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, well, it will be an extension to Percy in regards to the vaccination, rollout of vaccination. Probably we did not understand each other. Is that the non-communicable diseases, especially the young people, non-communicable diseases like diabetes, hypertension, and so on and so forth, people are coming forward for vaccination, especially the young people. Whereas the communicable diseases, especially HIV and AIDS, the young people are not coming because of stigmatization. What I meant by stigmatization is that during the rollout of the vaccines, there are so many forms to be filled by different groups of people, whether they are nurses, whether they are health professionals or non-health professionals. So maybe we should add this as well as an issue in regards to vaccination. Probably now we are having COVID, and maybe next year, the year after, we may have other crises that because of the exposure of the confidentiality of information, personal information in regards to HIV and AIDS. So that is why they are not coming forward. The other thing is that I would like to input from Joe. Seychelles, we do have a Department of Climate Change under the Ministry of Environment, and whereby budget allocated, and probably need this to be find out how much is allocated, but it is there. And the other thing is that in regards to the SADC regional commitment for agriculture and food security, I believe probably the target set 2050, probably by that time we all be dead. So maybe we should have relook at it so that it ensure consistent reviews and consistent monitoring, so that at least we have to replan, whereby when we have a very too long strategy, people tend to sort of put it on the shelves. So maybe this is another thing that needs to be looked after. And then you talked about the Malabo Declaration, and there are some countries who are on track, some countries who are not on track. And please, can you elaborate, especially for Seychelles, in regards to what are the issues that are preventing Seychelles or other countries from not meeting the declaration? On agriculture again, I think Zimbabwe talked about certain strategies that they have put in place. In Seychelles, the government of Seychelles or the community of Seychelles, we have put in place an engagement for the youth to participate in not only in agriculture, employment, but there is a strategy which is called My First Job. My First Jobs are for young people who had just left school, especially those in agriculture or food security and in others. So in that particular strategy, the employer pays half of the salary and the government pays half, so that it encourages the youth to participate to ensure that they are employed and provide food security. In regards to, again, agriculture, there is a system which has been implemented by the government, whereby for especially the farmers and the fishermen, it is called tax-free equipment. And for those that would like to buy equipment for the farming industries, and for fishermen, they have fuel-free coupons, so that they can go and fish. They go and fish and then bring back whatever they catch to sell on the market. So there are incentives. So there are incentives that have been implicated or implemented by the government of Seychelles to ensure food security in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Rosé from Seychelles. Honorable Mahad, is your hand still up?
Yes.
You still have. All right, you may take the floor.
I think it's just a continuation from where we live. When we talked about the health sector, one presenter presented that we have over 7 million. In 6 months' time, we shall be having over 6 million unattended pregnancies. So I just want to know how best we can deal with this issue, so that it doesn't keep on increasing. At least we have a reduction. And he also mentioned about over 500,000 people affected with HIV and AIDS. Because I was just thinking that by now we should be talking or reporting on a reduction, not increment again. And also we have an issue on the health sector pertaining the unsafe abortion. How best can we do practice on this issue, because it is a thorn in the flesh as well. As children are not going to school, we find that they have more time to be by themselves and to do whatever they can do. And at the end of the day, we have such problems. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Just to comment on the agriculture, I was also looking at, as much as we talk of inputs, farm inputs, we also connect agriculture with energy, because most of our farmers, we are still using hose, and for us to till a large farm, it's also it's very tiresome, and that's why we just have a small portion of land. We are not going into commercial because of that. So if we make energy accessible to farmers in the rural areas, now they can be able to use water pumps for irrigation. They can be able to use technology, so that they can have large farmers, rather than just having a small piece of land just for their consumption. So I was also thinking, is it possible if we, as a region, when we are talking of agriculture, we should also combine it with the energy, so that they can these two work together for a good production in our farming, in our agricultural sector. And on GBV, I think we have talked a lot on this one. Every meeting we meet, this issue is there, giving us the importance or the significance of the issue, and also that it is happening at large scales in our region. I don't know. I was thinking it's now for us to have actions, rather than just talking, and then we will continue talking until we die. But we need to be to be into action, to go into action now. What is it that we should do, or what is it that we are doing as an institution, as a SADC Parliamentary Forum? What should we do? We bring in those agreements, recommendations. They are adopted, but they are not implemented. As we have already said, why are they not being implemented? What is it that we can do so that they can be implemented, so that the cases can be reduced? So the same as with safe abortion. The moment we talk of pregnancy termination, people think of killing. You are killing. Maybe if you use safe abortion, but then we still have that those hindrances. We still have barriers in culture, in religion. How do we go through those? How do we convince the religious people that this is safe for our mothers, this is safe for our girl child? You see, so we have a lot of challenges as to why we continue talking about these issues. Apart from, after talking about them for 10, 15 years, we still continue talking about them. We still have a number of cases, increased number of cases. As an institution, I feel we do need to have action taken, so that our states, our member states, we are able to implement what we agree or what we sign on. I give you the chance to respond to that, but before that, I wanted to use honored members and participants. We are supposed to break at 12 for lunch, and then we come back at 12. And if I look at the time, it's 12:37. So is it, I want to find out, is it okay if we break after they have responded, we break and then we still come back at 2, or you want us to still have 2 hours? Anyone, any suggestion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Honorable.
I propose that we go for 1.5 hours instead of having 2 hours.
So we can probably say now with 1 hour 20 minutes, and then we can come back at 2. Is it okay, honorable members?
I don't know.
All right, thank you so much. After they have responded to your comments and questions, we can break for lunch, and then we come back at 2. Thank you so much. Over to our presenters. Who is going to start?
All right, I'll start. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Honorable Rosie, for the clarification. It's well noted around that challenge. It's something that needs to be on the table so that we reduce barriers faced by young people. Thank you for that. Then Honorable Moadi spoke about the challenges of unattended delivery of services, issues around HIV, unsafe abortion. Yes, I think Honorable Ndebele has raised the issue that we now need to look at the conversation. What role can SADC-PF play in addressing this? Because the evidence is continually coming. So our hope is through this conversation, we can look at approaches that we can hold countries more accountable. And earlier she raised an issue that I think resonated well with me. If countries sign and there's no follow-up action or commitment to realize those targets, what mechanisms are there to sort of, I don't know if it's to keep the countries on track, to say, how come you've not performed? Because currently there's no like a shambok, just lack of a better word, to keep the countries in check and say, you signed on to this, how come you're not delivering or committing resources to address this challenge? What I just want to speak on finally, the issues of unsafe abortion. Currently, in the region, the issue of unsafe abortion, in most countries, there are termination of pregnancy acts, which specify the conditions under which a person can terminate pregnancy within a public health facility. So, for example, there's a threat to the life of the mother, it's an issue of incest, or maybe someone has undergone rape. So what happens to the young woman who has not been able to access contraceptive and she falls pregnant but is not desirous to continue with that pregnancy? Because of these limitations, she will go to a backyard doctor, and still those cases you will still experience them. So I think the time needs to come where we can open up in Parliament and start, let's talk about this. Though there are limitations, but it's a reality. What can then we do? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ngerume. Rachel, are you coming in?
No,
Mr. Mizinga, are you coming in?
Yes, madam. Just very quickly, I think this should be a serious. I think I have to correct that Seychelles, in fact, in SADC is doing well as far as climate change is concerned. And if you go to the Malabo report, it's very clear that Seychelles is doing very well in terms of enhancing resilience to climate variability. I think the only country that is allocating also funds to the climate change. Only one in SADC, and probably in many countries in Africa. In terms of the what should we do to perform better? Yes, I think the example from Rwanda could be very good. That we need to do the joint agriculture sector review. Those platform of stakeholders should be meeting before the planning, before the budgeting, and after the budgeting to do the review. And then number two, we are very bad. We don't have data. That's why we are using those data from the probably World Bank and whatever. But I think we should be generating our own data in SADC and use them to evaluate how far we are performing. So the stakeholders meeting, the joint agriculture sector review, but also the data is very, very critical, and bringing all stakeholders all together. The other issue that came from the chair, Madam Debere, is very critical. Energy is everything, and what we are advocating for, SADC does not have a rural development strategy as well. So before if we need to develop rural agriculture, we have to make sure that we make the rural area as the nucleus for production, but also processing. You know, a lot of farmers could produce and then you have a lot, but once the rain is not there, you know, we go back again to square one. So if energy is there, and guarantee that we have energy in terms of during production, irrigation schemes, also during after harvesting, to avoid a big post harvest, we need to do some processing for the same that we are producing. So energy is very critical, and the SADC need to have a rural development strategy in place. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mizinga. Honorable members and our facilitators, participants, we break for lunch and then we come back at 2. Let me appeal on our members. Let us all come back and attend the last session. Let us not to go away. These facilitators are here for us, and let us work together for the betterment of our region. Thank you so much. Over to you, Secretariat. Enjoy your lunch.
Where's the lunch?
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Mahad.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
How's Malawi?
Malawi is fine. And how is him? My second home.
Yeah, you should come and visit your second home.
I'll come after this COVID. Madam Rose, how is Seychelles?
Seychelles is fine. But one thing is that, Madam Chair, I think my question on commitments, the commitments were not replied, especially the regional agricultural food and security commitments. I was asking about the long the too
strategy.
long
Yes.
Yeah, strategy. So anyway,
I have taken note of that. You bring it back after lunch.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, before the presentations, we'll start with that question.
All right then, thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you, Secretary. Yes. Magadi Madisuwaga. Abakomana COVID ngaiende tigonosangana ka.
Sure, long time.
Long time indeed. No, enjoy your lunch, one of members.
Thank you.
calling from committee. I made an order 8 minutes ago.
Good afternoon, Sharon. Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kurasha.
Are we on?
We are on, but the chair is not yet in the meeting. Let me just try and get hold of her.
Sure.
Okay.
Honorable Paramba. She's peeping.
Yes, good afternoon, honorable members. It's Honorable Pariwa. I'm using
Good
my
afternoon.
Thank you.
Hello, Paramba. Hello, Honorable
Hello, how are
Paramba.
you?
I'm fine, and
How are
also,
you, Honorable?
where are you, Honorable?
Hey, the meeting is started.
Not yet.
I'm fine. Is the meeting started? Oh,
Okay.
can we talk?
Well, let's talk.
Nangwaita kuvunza ari kubheti bridge.
Ndiani ari kundibvunza?
Mwana wangu mukomana ari kubheti bridge ikoko kumapurasi.
Ari kuita mabasa.
Atsvaga basa refarming.
Oh,
Mudhimeni saka mhirikuko akaenda kondimaorendi.
not only but I'm here at the moment. I'm not going to want to
Huh?
listen. I'm here in Harare.
Kubi,
Harare.
akufanele. Alright. Nshamtawuthi.
Hello.
Are you at home? Saya sundisola basasirikine.
Mwana wa Mazungu. Alright, moveni. Moveni kuni.
Afternoon, honorable members.
Hello.
Hear me?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. We can get you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I had challenges with internet this side. Hello. Honorable members, welcome back from our lunch break, and I hope we all enjoyed our lunch. Welcome back to this afternoon session. And before we get the presentation from Mr. Mzinga and Mr. Ngerume, Honorable Rosé from Seychelles had her question, one of her questions not responded to, so she requested if the question can be responded. For the sake of our presenters, Honorable Rosé, I would request if you can put forward the question once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon, everybody. It was a question of sort of clarifications to Joe in regards to the framework, the commitment of the regional agricultural and food security commitments by 2050. I thought that it was a bit ambiguous. And I thought that the thing is that in terms of proper, or I should say good monitoring and evaluation, and probably it should be shorter, or maybe we're going to develop shorter plans based on the framework, and then for the purpose evaluation and reviews, and which will give us adequate time for us to replan in cases whereby we cannot meet the targets set. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Rosé from Seychelles. I think that was stated. Let me agree with you. It is very true that some of our plans are very long. I remember when we were teenagers, we were singing Vision 2020. And when we got into 2020, whatever was in the Vision 2020, you looking at it, most of the plans were not achieved. So as you are saying that, what if we try to have shorter plans, maybe for example, in 10 years time, we want to do such things. So let me leave it to our facilitators to respond to that, but I want to agree with you, Honorable Rosé from Seychelles.
Thank you. I think I should ask for clarification. Which particular instrument that you are referring to?
That is the SADC regional agricultural food and security commitment, the framework, which is from, I think, 2020 to 2050, 2020, I think it's from 220 to 2050, 250. I think that by the time 2050, we're all dead by this time. I mean, us here. And for the purpose of monitoring and evaluation, probably we should sort of have a shorter plan, like a framework plan that we mentioned, and and to ensure that whatever targets have been set, they are not stagnant. They are targets that can be achieved and evaluated and then replan.
Sure. The 2050 is the vision. The vision is the long term. The vision to see, you know, a poverty-free SADC is a middle income, peace and security, everyone enjoying economic prospectus. That is the long term. Is the long term the vision of SADC. That is the vision. But if we come to the RISDIP, this year they have expanded from 5 years to 10 years. So they say from 2020 to 2030. So that is the RISDIP. And this is from the experience from the previous one. That's, you know, even now when we are speaking, we are supposed to start implementing the SADC Regional Indicative Development Plan. But in real sense, member states are still debating it. Again, you can see why consensus takes time, because this is a marriage of the independent member states. So they have to come to a consensus before even it starts. So now, for instance, we are approaching May. No, this May, yes, May.
Finishing May.
Actual implementation has not yet started because members are still consulted. So I think looking at the previous experience, the 5 years, they have decided now to have 10 years, and probably they're going to have with the robust M&E system in place to make sure that they monitor with the implementation plan. I think you are also aware of the same, which is being debated now at country level. So we have the long term, that is the vision. It's just the statement of intention, but we have the RISDIP that is implementing the vision, and we are starting with the 10 years plan. I think there will be a midterm evaluation after 5 years. Yeah, I don't know if I've responded.
Yeah, it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. We can't hear.
Sorry for that. Thank you so much, Mr. Misinga, for the clarification. And I hope Madam Honorable Rose has gotten the clarification. Honorable members, this afternoon we are going to have two presentations, one from Mr. Misinga and one from Mr. Ngwerume on agriculture and health, respectively. So I don't know, are we going to start with you, Mr. Misinga?
Yeah, is Judy there? Maybe I can start, yes. If
all right. All right, so if you are ready, you may start. Honorable members, let us pay attention to the presentation so that we can be able to bring in contributions and ask questions for our clarification's sake. Thank you so much. Mr. Misinga, you may take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam. I don't know if I can proceed with English or I can switch to Swahili because it's the SADC language.
You use English and then they will click for interpretations for the other language or if you are comfortable with French, you may use French and then we click for interpretations, whichever language you want to use that you are comfortable with.
Good. Let me go quickly with the English language. I will be speaking about the implications of social accountability challenges in the service delivery for the realization of SADC regional commitments, focusing on food security and agriculture, particularly looking at the services for smallholder farmers. Okay, we see that despite the call for private sector, individuals, religious organization, we still see that the state has the role to play. And the state has the role to play because we are also contributing to the budget as far as the through taxes. So we see there is obligation of states, and of course there is a commitment by the states through the election manifesto and all other policies in terms of delivering to the people. So in the morning, Rachel talked about the social accountability. I just want to go quickly in terms of the stages. We see, according to the PISAM, there is number one stage where we see the needs assessments in terms of planning, but also resource allocation. We look at number two, that is the revenue collection, but also we see the expenditure itself. And then we look at number three, that's where we look at the performance, the what and how in terms of the plans, the action and services. And then number four, that where we see the preventive measures and corrective action. Others call it integrity. So where we have the CAG reports and so forth. But the number five, that's where we see the parliament doing the oversight work. Now we look at the planning stage and what are the challenges in the SADC. According to the different studies and the research that we are doing, and information from the ground, it's very clear that there is limited or no consultations at planning stage, at both member states level and at SADC level. It's very ad hoc and it's very limited, and sometimes it's not at all in the play. But number two is the priorities of smallholder farmers not really reflected. The empirical experience from the district level, we don't see this very coming in terms of prioritizing the needs of smallholder farmers and the women farmers as well. Though the countries like Malawi, Mozambique, and Tanzania have D&D in place in terms of devolution, that administrative is decentralized, fiduciary finance is decentralized, and the planning is decentralized, but we don't see really the priority of smallholder farmers and women farmers coming into the final plans or budgets. But also at the SADC level, participation is very ad hoc, and this is through the SADC Secretariat. Now, what are we recommending at this level is we want to see really meaningful participation. Devolution, first of all, in terms of political, which is very much decentralized, administrative, but also in terms of finance. And I want to see very much involvement of smallholder farmers, particularly women, in the processes. And again, number two, what are we recommending? We want to see the SADC national committees in place, especially when it comes to SADC. We don't have that participation because there are no national committee operational. It's only Mozambique is operational and Zambia is looking forward to put one in place. Then again, in terms of planning and resource, process number one, we need serious investment on data and statistics. We have very old or maybe sometimes no data at all that are generated from SADC Secretariat or member states. And then the fourth recommendation is that we would like to see really countries are complying to the SADC, to the Malabo declaration, because now we see only 3 countries in Southern African SADC countries that are already compliant. Others are in the process. You can see Malawi, Lesotho, and Swaziland only that are already compliant to the Malabo declaration. So that is number one. Number two, in terms of the budget and expenditure, as we said in the morning, many members have not realized the 10% allocation to the agriculture budget, but also the 6% growth of the agriculture sector, except Malawi and Zambia in 2018. But the experience looking at the budgetary allocation in 2019 and 2020, we see is going downward. Here you can see the share in the agriculture sector, right? All the countries there you can see by yourself. Malawi is very much ahead, 11.7, followed by Zambia, and then we have Zimbabwe by 5.3%, and Lesotho also 6.5, and Madagascar 5.9. So the other countries are below the 10%. But also in terms of financing, we see that almost 70% of the developmental budget is financed by donor. So this is very dangerous looking forward, because anytime donor can pull out, and we see the consequence of COVID-19, probably their support budget will be very, very minimal. And then we see another challenge in terms of the budget is late disbursements of funds from ministries going to the project and also district authority, very much delayed. And then, as we said in the morning, rarely we see the full allocation of the mentioned budget is disbursed. Normally, it's very, very small compared to the budget. But also, we noted that many districts also lack planning and reporting frameworks. And we have quite a number of projects that are stored in SADC countries, being it irrigation, markets, but also processing plants. So we can look, for instance, 3 countries here in terms of the budget allocation, and then one actual disbursement. You can see, for instance, for Tanzania, 2019 allocated 5.6. This was after the Malabo report. But the actual disbursement was less than 50%, at 41%. And then the sector growth was 4%. So you can see the correlation between the budget, the actual disbursement, and the sector growth. If you look at Zambia, the budget allocation 2019 was 6.2%. And then 2020 last year was 3.7%. So it's going downward. And then actual disbursement 2019 was 32.7%, and the agriculture growth was 3.4%. So we see it's not only about budget pronouncement, but it's about disbursement. Let me see Zimbabwe in 2019. Only 3% allocated to the agriculture sector, and we see the growth was negative 16.3% in 2019, negative 16.30%. So that's another challenge as far as the budgeting process is concerned in our countries. I'll let you look a little bit in terms of the performance. Number one, we see that most of the SADC member states have not aligned their National Agriculture Investment Plan to CADIP, as we saw, only 3% so far. And there is very small spending on research and development, with the exception of Mauritius, which is spending much compared to the other SADC countries. But also, as we said before, there is lack of data and the statistics in both SADC, but also when they are reporting at the AU level. And many districts also, as we said before, they're operating without a district development plan. And in many cases, monitoring processes are in place, but not all of them are being implemented. So what are the recommendations? Okay, you can see, before I move to the recommendation, you can see the by 2018, the expenditure in the agriculture research for development. Majority of the countries have not really hit the 1% that is required.
except Angola, Mozambique, Botswana, that is coming to 0.9%, and Zimbabwe is investing substantially 0.7, as well as Seychelles and Namibia. But Mauritius is far ahead by 2.7%. So what is our recommendations on the same? We say that, first of all, we need to realign our National Agriculture Investment Plan to CADIP, but also we need to invest in research and development. And the research reports must be made public. Sometimes, more often is a challenge to get the report timely, or from the minister as far as the implementation of the agriculture sector in our country. Or sometimes even getting reports from the parliament, members of parliament, is very, very difficult because they are not online. So it's very, very challenging. And again, for a project like this one, you have to depend on someone on the ground. But it would be very easy if we can get those information sometimes online and on time. So in terms of the integrity, corrective measures, we focused very much in one of the thorny issue, and this is the FISIP, the input support to farmers. We have noted that a lot of money is being allocated through this program. However, the outcome is not as compared to the larger budget. Now, if we look at Mozambique, for instance, it has, among the 5 countries that we are working on, they have a very small program on FISIP. It's only about targeting about 24,000 beneficiaries by 2018. And another country is Tanzania, which is targeting about 379 households, and this was by 2017. But it was making about 30% of the entire budget. So you can see, targeting less than 1 million farmers, but we spent 30% of the entire budget. And then another country is Malawi, among the largest, targeting 1 million, but you can see the budget is above 56% of the budget. So you find other farmers are not covered by the FISIP program. And this was by 2019. Another country is Zambia, the largest of the 5, is targeting about 1.2 million farmers, and is spending about 26% of its own budget, like a quarter of the budget. So what we are saying that we need to go back and look again in terms of our investment, particularly on FISIP, the input support, farmers input support programs, so that they, first of all, abuse is minimized, but also targeting more farmers, and thirdly, brings about more returns. And I think we need also to encourage the Auditor General to investigate the performance of these programs that takes a lot of money from the coffers of the government. And number 5, we see that in SADC countries, in terms of oversight, we have the parliamentary committee, and at the district level, we have the local assembly committees. But we come to realize that it's not always that they scrutinize the 5 processes as far as accountability is concerned. Very interesting, as Rachel said, about social accountability is not only when the budget is tabled, but we start from the needs assessment, and then planning, and then budgeting, and then look at the performance, the report from the ministry, and at the end of the day, we do the oversight. So it's the entire process. sometimes we focus on one area in terms of the budget performance, but we fail to see what were the needs assessment, what were the strategic plan, and then how was the performance of the budget. And then it was very evident at district level and at national level, there were lack of skills as far as analysis. And then the recommendation is that we need to have independent research and technical support to the MPs to be able to scrutinize, starting from the need assessment, the plans, and then budget, and then reports. But also we are proposing that the SADC-PF becomes a full-fledged legislative body in the region. So in summary, what are our recommendations? Number one, at the grassroots level, in terms of planning, we need to see involvement of smallholder farmers, particularly women. But also we want to see the National Agriculture Investment Plan compliant to Malabo. But we would like also to see the SADC national committees operationalized. In number two, in terms of the budget, we need to see more efforts toward the realization of the 10%. And on this one, we say we need to see much more domestic resources, not heavily dependent on donor who sometimes change their priority because of different pretexts. And then we want to see the operationalization of the SADC Regional Development Fund, which is according to the treaty, but also the Agriculture Development Fund to be operationalized. In terms of the performance management, we would recommend SADC and member states to realign again to CADIP, make more investment to research and development, but also data and reports should be made public. And in terms of the integrity or corrective measures, we are really looking forward to recommend that you look again in terms of the FISIP so that it becomes meaningful in terms of really bringing about tangible impact in the agriculture sector. Also access to information and the different reports, including the national audit report. And then in terms of the oversights, we are recommending that SADC put in place the SADC extension strategy, the rural development strategy, and the joint agriculture sector review process, but also in terms of recognizing local seeds. Because now we are like moving to monoculture whereby maize is dominating. So we have a lot of carbohydrate and forget other very important seed, including vegetables, which are local and which they have nutritious values. But also, again, we are calling for the SADC to be made a fully legislative body so that registrates and oversights the SADC programs. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank you. I submit.
Thank you so much, presenter, Mr. Mzinga, for such a wonderful presentation. And I now call upon our next presenter, Mr. Ngerume. Are you there?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you so much.
You may take the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Presenter. Thank you, honorable members. I'll pick up from where Joe has left, but focusing primarily on sexual reproductive health and rights. And the angle that I'm coming in today to talk about is around participation of young people, participation. So a midline evaluation and a midline assessment of the ESA commitment was done. And one of the key recommendations was we need to strengthen mechanisms through which young people's voice and feedback can be heard. So looking at, for example, the cycle that Rachel shared and Joe also alluded to in terms of the actual planning, performance management, oversight, role, and in issues of integrity, we need to look at mechanisms through which the voice of young people can help strengthen management, public resource management. So this is quite a critical issue. And this is where I want to touch on today. How do we ensure that we realize participation? What does it look like? How do we track participation? So I just want to start by sharing a short video clip If you allow me. Please do let me know if you are having challenges with the sound.
The Portfolio Committee on Budget, Finance and Economic Development and members of the Expanded Sustainable Development Goals Committee in Zimbabwe held public hearings on the 2021 National Pre-Budget Consultations from the 12th to the 16th of October 2020. The national consultations were done physically in 23 venues and were done virtually on 4 radio stations. Interestingly, attendance and participation of young people during these pre-budget consultations was limited. An open budget survey conducted in 2019 by ZimCord showed that 57.3% of Zimbabweans have never participated in pre-budget consultations, with over 56% believing that their contributions will not be adopted. Over 65% of young people have never participated in the consultations, and only 6% of young people are knowledgeable of the pre-budget presentation time and venue. Why do you think that is, with the major sexual and reproductive health and rights challenges young people face? Why are they not participating in pre-budget consultations that greatly affect how much is allocated towards sexual and reproductive health services delivery? In December 2020, following the October pre-budget consultations, surveys went to the streets of the town of Norton, 40 kilometers from Harare, and the dormitory town of Epworth, in the city of Harare, to understand from young people why they are less likely to participate in pre-budget consultations. Their feedback was and is important in understanding how the state and civil society can create an enabling environment for their voices to be magnified in such processes. But first, we wanted to know if they knew of the SRA challenges young people in their community are facing.
Here in Epworth, most of the girls, they don't have access to health services because usually akaita STI and akaenda asking for help from clinics. Havamupe help because vanenge vachida consent yeparent haakwanisi kuaccess ari
HIV iri kukwira because vana akaenda ukachavhunzwa unoenda kuchikoro unoita nezveizvozvo haakwanisi kuwanikwa achipiwa mafamily planning tablets. Tikaenda kukliniki zvakafanana nekuti inini ndakaita mwana unozonzi tanga kunwa matablets wane mwana haukwanisi kunwa matablets usati ane zvaanokonzerawo.
Kakari Paye in Norton was one of the venues for the October 2020 pre-budget consultations. Did any young people take part? For those who did not, we wanted to know why. For the young people that participated, was there room to contribute?
Yeah,
Young people's involvement in national pre-budget making processes is very critical, as it has implications on the state's delivery of sexual and reproductive health and services, especially during emergency settings such as now, where funding towards this thematic area is diverted towards response to the pandemic. Globally, there is increasing recognition that young people not only have the right to decide how resources are allocated, but they also have valuable knowledge and viewpoints to bring to governance processes. Research and probing from the interviews showed that the reasons why young people are not participating in pre-budget consultations is due to lack of knowledge on the process and its importance, lack of access to the venue, time clashes with school and work, as well as lack of prioritization of the process due to unemployment. To understand the severity of the issue, we then engaged a social accountability expert, Rachel Gondo, with over 10 years experience in social accountability monitoring in SADC to share the importance of young people's voices and contribute to public pre-budget consultations and how it impacts SRHR outcomes. Here is what she had to say.
Young people of today it's important for them to participate in the budget processes because then they get to understand the decisions around how public money is used. They get to understand what it takes to make decisions, how are choices made about what the money will achieve, and the extent to which the money actually achieve what it is meant to, as well as the extent to which the services that are procured by the money, whether these services are actually addressing the actual felt needs of young people. So it's important to participate in the budget process or in all other public policy making processes, because you get to shape them and shape the service in order to respond to your actual need. And if it doesn't, you get to understand the decision-making processes and the environment in which public money is moving. And in that regard, you get to ask better questions about how to move the situation from what it is now to what you as a young person would want it to be.
Giving experiential insight to what Rachel elaborated on is Persingwerume, the social accountability expert with SAF-AIDS, detailing on young people's engagement in budget processes.
The focus on young people's participation in the budget process is derived from an understanding that when resources are effectively managed, then we can guarantee that all adolescents and young people can access the most basic SRH services that they require. This is a critical pillar and focus of the Partnership for Social Accountability Alliance, which is supporting young people's participation in such processes across Southern Africa. We have done this through supporting them to do budget analysis, budget tracking, supporting them to also do interface meetings with key decision makers. From these voices that we've heard, it is our anticipation that we can drop critical recommendations around how different stakeholders can come on board to support young people to be critical players within decisions around how public resources are managed.
We urge civil society to raise civic awareness through information campaigns so that young people understand that the importance of adding their voice to the public budgeting process. Leverage on their grassroots presence and play a more distinct role in unpacking and popularizing budget documents to empower young people for active engagement with the budget. We encourage the Parliament to expand its consultation by conducting the hearings for the national budget in venues and times that are more accessible to the public rather than a central location and busy times. Ensure wide sensitization to young residents about the budget consultations to enhance more participation of young people by making use of existing structures within local authorities and residents' associations. We urge on the Ministry of Finance to make use of residents and youth associations as platforms to mobilize young people in budget consultation processes. Inculcate a culture of transparency and accountability on the budget processes to the youth that will enhance participation in the consultations. Finally, we suggest to the government to educate young people on the importance of national budget processes from primary and secondary education. SAF-AIDS.
Okay, help us elaborate. So the reason why I decided to share that video clip was to give an in-depth understanding around the link between participation and the realization of commitments on sexual and reproductive health and rights. And okay, so this is the critical aspect. How can we, within those processes that Rachel alluded to, how do we ensure that we create mechanisms where young people participate when plans are being developed, budgets are being developed, when there's actual monitoring of health services at the facility level. I know, for example, in Tanzania, they've what they call the health facility governance committees that are in place, and they are established at the local public health facility, and they monitor service. How then to ensure, for example, that there are mechanisms of feedback for young people so that any difference between what they're supposed to get and what is actually available on the ground is quickly addressed. How do we also create mechanisms that information or challenges that young people identify within your respective constituencies as members of parliament is cascaded upwards to your level in such a way that you are able also to raise it through the relevant channels? And what we want out of this aspect of youth engagement is to ensure that we ultimately ensure every young person can access the most basic sexual and reproductive health service they desire, by eliminating any barriers, be it reporting cases of, for example, corruption at the local public health facility, be it, for example, issues of contributing so that their issues are reflected in the local plans or budgets. I know a number of countries are implementing a devolution agenda. Zimbabwe is currently also in that same process. So how do we ensure that we close the divide between the young people's voice and the final decision making and implementation as it stands? So some of the evidence, aside from the video that I've played, in Malawi, we did what we called community scorecards, also other countries, where we spoke to the communities that were engaging in, were supporting, to hear some of the challenges that they are facing. So I'll just share one example. This is from Sanje district in Malawi, where they spoke broadly about their challenges within informing the budget consultation process. So this is one feedback where they said there are no budget preparation consultations with young people. Actually, young people are not consulted at all decisions made at the facility. Youth are invited but do not provide feedback to their colleagues in youth clubs. The youth coordinator is the one who participates, but not youth in general. Communities have youth representatives. However, there's lack of coordination between the healthcare management committees and youth clubs. So there's some of the challenges that are affecting young people's voice and participation. Then I just want to highlight something that is critical. While there's an acknowledgement that we have challenges in meeting health funding targets, the 15% Abuja, by 2018, the assessment by South African Institute of International Affairs says the average annual allocation in the region is 5.3%, which ultimately means the majority of the population have to fork out from their own pockets cost for accessing healthcare. In an environment where, in the ideal, government should be able to ensure that public health services are available and there are no cost barriers that are experienced. But of course, we acknowledge that there are dilemmas that we need to now look at in depth and critique. The first one being also the decline, as we spoke about earlier, the COVID-19, the decline in donor funding. A significant chunk of public health service delivery is supported through international funding partners. With the coming on board of COVID-19, there's been a shrink in this pocket. And what this means is more young people are going to be left exposed in terms of accessing services. So in the interim, what measures, what should we look at in terms of national planning and strategies to close this gap before we have a real a serious challenge on our hands? And linked to that is the global recession that's projected. Then number three, the issue around public and private players. How do we bridge the relationship between public health service delivery and private sector entities in a way that we still can guarantee access to services, but not also compromise that with the desire to realize profit? So let's look at that relationship, the public and the private partnership. Then how do we balance the slice from the existing pie? Joe alluded to that. A lot of critical issues: water, infrastructure, education, security, agriculture. How do we look at that in a holistic manner that we understand and sustain access to services? Then enhancing public resource management practices, such as issues of corruption, performance management, strategy development. This is, I think, a critical role that members of parliament can come into play. Then possible actions for Parliament in the regions, some of the suggested actions. Now we've narrowed it down specifically to section productive health and rights. Firstly, bring government ministries and enterprises to account for any compromises on management of public resources. So the example of the public reports that come through from the Auditor General's office, the Ombudsman, even investigative journalist piece. If we look at the cases that have come out, for example, in Malawi, part of South Africa, around COVID funds, some of the issues have actually been identified through the role of investigative journalism. But how do we bridge that? What the role of the media vis-a-vis Parliament? Two, review and develop laws and frameworks that reduce the cost of essential life-saving commodities. This is key. It doesn't take up allocation of more resources, but it can be a simple thing like removing duty, excise duty or tax on certain commodities so that they are more accessible and they can easily be placed within both facilities. Ensure the national budget allocations are in alignment with the country's commitments and plans as well. So aside from the allocations, also being able to track to say, when the national budget was announced, we said we were going to put 1 million towards health. How much at the end of the year was actually dispersed? Because my understanding and my assumption is the budget, when it's announced, it's based on a projection that government is going to realize so much in terms of revenue. So ultimately, how much was actually received by the health ministry, and put in ways to interrogate the final figures. If it's only 10% of what was committed, what's the reason? What are the issues? How should this be addressed? Create mechanisms for young adolescents and young people's engagements through public hearings, consultations, events, meetings. This is quite critical. Now that we have technology, it's an opportunity to strike that. How do we create mechanisms where young people's concerns, our issues, our contributions are recognized and realized? Previously, I know at the local facility level, they would have like suggestion boxes, but I'm not sure how far this went, how they were accessed, and how the issues were cascaded up to the relevant offices. So we need to come back again and say, how can we create effective mechanisms for young people to be engaged and to report issues that they are facing at the local level? Collaboration with civil society, definitely. Civil society is also doing quite a critical role at the local level in terms of community initiatives. How can we leverage on some of this presence so that we strengthen our roles as parliamentarians? Develop and enact laws that ensure access to and utilization of SRH and HIV services by adolescents and young people, with consideration for adolescents and young people as key population. So, for example, you have persons living with disability. Have we ever done a scan, or people living with HIV, young people living with HIV? Have we also done a scan to say, how are these aligned in the national, if it's the SRH strategy? How is government also within the chunk that's already being used for health? How is it also taking into cognizance adolescents and young people as key populations? We have mobile populations, we have sex workers, all those. How do we ensure that we still guarantee access to services and be it information? Persons living with disability, Braille, for example, information in Braille. Then mainstreaming sexual and reproductive health and rights in review and development of laws and legal frameworks. Then advocate for the review and adoption of SADC model laws on SGBV and public finance management. These are key opportunities that are coming into play through SADC-PF and something that we can leverage. This is just an example. It works. So this is a lesson from Zimbabwe. So when the Zimbabwe Finance and Economic Development Minister, Professor Mtuli announced during the 2019 pre-budget seminar, he said, the cost of sanitary ware and removing duty on it, consider it done. You are speaking to members of parliament. We will have something on the budget on this issue of sanitary ware. Consider it done. There is no debate. And this was a critical step, a milestone. And why I share this, this is because it's a lesson around it can be done. It can be done. There was so much in the public domain during discussions with young women around the challenge of the cost of sanitary ware being an impediment to young women. But on the contrary, condoms, you get them in so many public spaces, they're there for free, but young women still have to pay to buy sanitary wear. And through that evidence, members of parliament brought it to the parliament. So you can see the first deadline, MP brings panty pads, tampons to parliament. Well, at that time it was considered controversial, but it was coming in to share a narrative to say, this is what young women or women across Zimbabwe are going through. Can we talk about it? And from that continuous conversation in parliament, we see the achievement there. Government removes duty on sanitary wear, and the Zimbabwe Revenue Authority now also making related announcement around suspension of duty on sanitary wear for women. So these are milestones towards realizing of a positive policy environment for attainment of sexual and reproductive health and rights. And all of us, we have a critical role to. And finally, my last statement, when we're looking at participation, I've spoken so much about participation. We just also need to interrogate within our different spheres. What does participation look like? How do we track that adolescents and young people are participating in decisions related to their SRH policies and practices? So this is a critical question. Then finally, for our conversations, what can we do to address social accountability gaps in the implementation of SRH regional commitments in our country? So it would be prudent to also have that conversation at country level. Thank you so much. I rest my case, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ngwelme, for that presentation. Honorable members, those are our two presentations, one from Mr. Mzinga, talking on agriculture and budget, and also from Mr. Ngwelme talking on budget and youth participation or involvement, and also on access on HRSR. We now have 30 minutes for question and answers, and if you also have comments. So what we are going to do is we are going to follow the same strategy. We are going to be picking a set of 3 questions, and since there are 2 presenters, when you ask your question, please make sure you say which question is going to which presenter. Like you refer the question to the one you want to respond to it. Now, honourable members, if there are people with questions or comments, I see Zimbabwe. Honourable. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will start with Mr. Mzinga. Thank you very much for the presentation on the agriculture. And perhaps just to add on to the targeting in terms of who enter, how we can get communities involved. I worry much that we have also a group called the vulnerable groupings. These are people with disabilities, child-headed families, and you know, the girl child, most of the families will have been wiped out and they remain out. So I also suggest that in our talking, in our planning, we need to involve them in the portion of the smallholder farmers, because when you say smallholder farmers, I think they can also do some kind of farming in terms of livelihoods and improve their lives. Then I think on the late disbursement of funds from the treasury to the ministries, I want to agree with you that most of the resources that we say we have allocated as parliament when the budget sails through, it fails to get to the ministries because, you know, our resources in the coffers will not be there. As for Zimbabwe, for example, we are on cash budgets. And when we, in other words, we are saying we eat what we kill. When we have something in the bag, that's what we share. And when we don't have, we can't allocate anymore. My question to Mr. Mzinga is, how do you think we could be able to grow the cake so that we can do the necessary allocations to the various departments and districts and provinces? And then the lack of implementation in terms of plans. I worry much in terms of accountability. When we talk of the Auditor General's reports, I happen to be a member of the Public Accounts Chairperson, committee member, sorry. And most of the recommendations that we do are to do with, you know, also carrying out the financial outflows. And we have done more in terms of reports and recommendations. What do you think could be done in terms of getting then the various departments and ministries to respond and to implement the recommendations of the Auditor General? Because without accountability, even the meager resources can be misused, and then communities will lose. So that's for Mr. Mzinga. To Percy, on the voice of the youth in terms of the budget, what we have been presenting, I want to agree with you that if we don't include the youth, because they are the leaders of today, so without including them, they will be left out and without their voice. And already there is a saying, nothing for us without us. The group targeting in terms of presentations, information dissemination, publicity of such meetings so that they participate and know what the parliament is doing, and taking the parliament to the communities or to the people is the way to go. And it's a positive development in terms of Zimbabwe, because we have embarked on it, and I think it has paid dividends. We have not stopped on actually consulting them, but we went back to the provinces when the budget had sailed in parliament to give feedback, to say, you said about sanitary waste, what was the allocation? You talked about COVID prevention and the PPEs, what was allocated to the PPEs? And I think that makes parliament accountable to the people and the leaders accountable to the people that they lead. Otherwise, I want to thank the two presenters for very informative presentations that actually shapes the debate and shapes also our priorities in terms of parliamentary work as members of parliament. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable. I recognize Honorable Maria.
Muito obrigado. Muito obrigada. Em primeiro lugar, gostava de felicitar os apresentadores pela maneira como nos explicaram, e gostaria de dizer que estou de acordo com o que disse o Sr. Percy Nguerume sobre a participação da juventude. De facto, a juventude é o futuro. Se eles não começam a participar, no futuro terão dificuldade em tomar decisões. Em Angola, nós já temos estado a trabalhar nisso, com jovens, com a sociedade civil, por altura da apresentação dos orçamentos. E eu gostaria de saber se o orçamento, na perspectiva de género, não poderá ajudar, não poderá ser um meio para que, de facto, ninguém fique de fora e para que a juventude possa, de facto, beneficiar mais dos orçamentos de Estado. Creio que daqui para frente as nossas discussões na SADC devem estar à volta dos orçamentos da juventude, também da fiscalização, e em relação à questão da Covid. eu creio que, de facto, também é necessário a participação e a educação da juventude para que cumpram com as regras e evitem que, por vezes, haja um alargamento massivo de casos de Covid, principalmente por parte dos jovens, por não acatarem com os conselhos e com as regras que são impostas pelos governos. Portanto, nós temos que ter atenção a isto tudo. Em relação à agricultura, também penso que é necessário o envolvimento massivo da juventude para o desenvolvimento da agricultura, porque será a única forma de nós acabarmos com a fome e com a pobreza em África. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much, Honorable Maria, for that comment. Our two presenters, are you ready to respond to those two?
Yes.
Hello, Honorable Jay.
Yes.
Yes, Honorable, it's Rachel. I would like to respond in part to the questions that were directed to Joe from Honorable Mpariwa. The first one related to expanding the revenue base, and then the second one related to what else can oversight actors do where there is continuous non-compliance in terms of audit recommendations. Those are the two questions I'm going to take, if you'll allow me, Honorable Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, so to respond on expanding the revenue base, I think a lot of work is currently being done, especially around the extractive sector. I think all of our countries can testify that there is a certain amount of illicit financial flows. So in terms of actual action that countries can take, member states can take, is to actually see how can we better use the resources that we already have now, right? Firstly, we close the leakages where we find that there are leakages or instances of wasteful expenditure. For example, a practical example would be the existence of ghost workers, making sure that we do human resource audits and implement those recommendations in a timely manner such that it doesn't continue to bleed the resource purse. On the revenue side, where we allocate resources for investment purposes, may we follow through to actually complete the investment project, the capital projects, to make sure that the investment actually does return back to the economy. So completing our capital projects and actually have them function in such a way that they start to profit the economy as envisioned in the first place. A third way is also to look at other ways in which the public-private partnerships, those kind of initiatives, we're seeing a big boom in that, and also an increasing need for that, given the evolving nature of the kind of challenges as countries that we are having to face, like the pandemic. No one saw it in the future, and I know in the morning, one of the honorables also highlighted that today it's COVID, next year it's going to be something else. Last year it was Cyclone Idai. So we need to also look at how can we leverage the different minds or the different stakeholders and see how we can use those partnerships to start to create an economic benefit to our countries. Another way as well is to look at our tax incentives. We revisit those and we make sure that the incentives remain incentives that still benefit the natives of that particular context or that particular country. So I think I've provided a number of ways in which the tax base can be broadened, or ways in which conversations around how to increase our revenue can happen. And then on the second question, in terms of the non-compliance by the executive in terms of implementing audit recommendations. I think there are ways in which members of parliament using legislative provisions can actually compel the executive to start to take audit recommendations seriously. A way which can be explored. Others have not been as brave as South Africa, for example, where you say where there's a continuous non-compliance with the particular audit recommendation, the department or the vote, the entity receiving the vote starts to see their allocation being decreased based on their non-compliance. So if you comply and address internal control weaknesses within the public finance management system, you will get your vote and also first preference when it comes to the reallocation of resources whilst implementation is happening. In the instances that there is a surplus in the fiscus. So there are ways in which more the legislature at national level can have more teeth and more bite when it comes to the implementation of audit recommendations, because you find that some of the issues that we perennially face are actually because audit recommendations are not implemented or are not addressed. So when it starts to then affect the resources that you then get or your ability to get resources from Treasury, we believe that maybe the departments, ministries, agencies maybe start to take the Public Accounts Committee and also maybe the Treasury as well and the Auditor General more seriously. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for those responses. I would like to agree with you that the recommendation that you have put forward to say if we would be giving votes to departments basing on their performance, I think that would really help for the departments to perform well and also not to misuse funds. But in most of the times, the auditings are done for maybe 3 years back, and you are in this year. For example, this is 2021, and the auditing being done is for 2018, and you have already provided them for 2019, 2020, and 2021. So I think also if we should do our auditing very, very fast, our auditor generals do the auditing just after the year ended, not wait for 2 years and do the auditing. I don't think it makes sense, and I don't think it would really help. But I think that's a brilliant idea to say those who have performed better with their vote, give them more because they are producing, because they are performing. Those who have underperformed and also they have misused the funds, let them get a little, because misusing, meaning they have lost, the money is too much for them. Thank you so much for that. Was there any question for Mr. Mgerume? If there wasn't, I have seen a hand from Seychelles. I recognize you, Honorable. You may take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to congratulate the two presenters for the presentations. They were very enlightening, which I'm happy about. And I would have questions and probably clarifications for Joe in regards to accountability. In fact, when he was presenting, I was just thinking whether the funds are domestically funded or whether they were grants. When it comes to the grants, are they, the analysis, is this based on grants on budget in kinds as well? And secondly, to appreciate the high-income countries, especially Seychelles, whereby it's not easy for donors to pour funds into the country because of the status. So whether they could be appreciated as well in terms of trying their level best to ascertain that budgets are derived from their own countries. And in regards again to the countries that are that he's shown on the graph, dividing the grants and the good domestic funds, how much are they really from the donors' grants and how much are funded locally? And the other thing for the other presenter, in regards to social mobilization, it's a very good initiatives, and which can be implemented. If it can be implemented fully, then it would sort of erase or ensure that the adolescents or the young people can participate into the allocation of budget. But at the same time, I would like to sort of push forward the agenda for SADC to sort of talk to or advise the member states to ensure that we have people that are, or to support young people to undertake a sort of a career or participate into parliamentary elections, so that they can be directly implementing strategies in relations to budget allocation, and they at the same time they can represent the voice of the young people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Rose from Seychelles, for your contribution and for your comment. Our presenters, before our presenters come in, I've seen a hand from Honorable Muhadi from Zimbabwe. You may come in.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the presenters for such important information. It was very clear, with the clear statistics of which, as Parliament, we need to have such information. But I was a bit worried on the income and income versus expenditure, because they were saying they gave us the figures that indicate how much each country got and the amount of the expenditure, of which is a clear indicator that indicates that there is need for the monitoring element. Again, I should emphasize that the monitoring should be done. And also, we talked about the needs assessment. That is a very important point of research, because whenever you do any budgets, you should know what is needed at grassroots level and wherever possible, because you cannot plan for something without assessing what is really needed. I think I would like to thank the facilitators for such information. And then lastly, I just want to know from you, Honorable Chair, that are we going to get this information from the presenters, because we need it for our own use at our own parliaments as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Hadi, for that contribution and comment. And indeed, at the end of the meeting, I was going to ask Paulina to ask our facilitators for the documents to be shared to honorable members, so that we can have them for ourselves. Thank you so much for that. Our facilitators, you may come in with responses before I put my own comment. Who is starting?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start. So what I noted from Honorable Rose, she spoke about social mobilization, but it was also a recommendation that we need to push an agenda for SADC to advise member states and to show support young people to participate in parliamentary elections. So I know this is a recommendation, and which is quite also critical for young people's involvement within parliamentary processes. Then from Honorable Mahadi, I think I just take note, we will share the documentation on my end after this meeting. I think there are more questions for Joe Mzinga on agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Percy. Mr. Mperume, are you there, or Rachel, you are going to respond on his behalf?
No, not on these ones, Honorable.
Is he around?
I think he was experiencing network challenges, but he is online.
So, okay.
Honorable Chair, he's around, but maybe he's not getting us. Let me just try and get hold of him.
All right.
Thank
Okay,
you,
why are we, thank you so much, Bonnie. Sharon, while we are waiting for Mr. Mzinga to come in and give his responses, I wanted to say this afternoon's presentations, mostly we were looking at the budget. If consultations are done, pre-consultations are done to countrywide before the budget is presented in Parliament. And from the video clip that we have watched from Zimbabwe, you would agree with me, honourable members, that consultation are not done at a larger scale. Maybe it's just around the cities, because those two areas that the research was done, Epworth and then Chegutu, they're just too close to the city. And if those youths, some of them were not even aware that consultative meetings on budgets take place, what about a youth who is deep down in the rural areas? Would they know? And for your own information, I've been in Parliament for 2.5 years now. I have never heard that there was a consultative meeting on budget in my constituency. That also brings us now the question of to say what mechanisms can be used so that the youth can be involved. I'm looking at how is it advertised to say on such a date we are going to have a consultation meeting on pre-budget. Is it put in newspaper? But if it is in a newspaper, how many of our people, our youth, access the newspaper? And we are talking about the rural masses. Like, for example, Malawi, 80% of the population is rural, and you would not expect them to have access to a newspaper. So how is it advertised so that people know that there is a meeting taking place on pre-budget consultations? So I was just thinking maybe if they use maybe PA system, go around the areas, constituencies, and advertise the meetings, and also not have a central place like at a district level. You would not expect youth from far away from the villages to move to have transport and go to the district level, to the districts where the meeting is taking place. So if if governments and if these meetings take place where these people are, it will give them an opportunity to give their own views, to put their voices on the budget. And also, Mr. Mzinga talked about budget expenditure to say, he was quick to mention that most of our budgets in our region are donor funded, and that's true. And it is very difficult for the countries now to bring in their priorities, because most of the donors, when they are funding, they bring their own issues, which are not maybe a priority to a country. So you would see that the priorities are upside down. So I think it's high time. It's high time as SADC member states, we should make sure that most of our budgets, we fund them locally, so that we can be able to have our own priorities, and then on the participation of youth, again, yeah, we were talking of SR, for the youth to access medical services. You could hear the girls when they were being asked if they get access. They were literally saying if they go to they know they should go and get, let's say, family planning pills, protection. But if they go to that to the clinic, they are asked for consent to say go and bring your parent if you want access. So we can be advocating to say youth should have access to this and that, but then on the ground, the implementers, what is it? What is happening? The youth know that they can go and access these services, but then you are asked to bring your mother, to bring your father. Would you go and get your father and say, I want to go and get condoms, accompany me? That will not happen. So there is something wrong that we are doing. So I think we should also see on that one to say how can we assist our youth to have access to health services such as those. Is Joe back?
Not yet. Oh, okay.
Yes. But if
Hello.
Yes.
You are here.
Yeah. I'm back at last.
No, I was just making noise. You may take the floor.
No. Can you please remind, because I was really completely cut off. My microphone went down and also my camera went down.
Okay. I think there were questions for you from Honorable Muhadi. Is that so, Honorable?
Oh,
and Honorable Rose from Sessions. Are you there? Can you just?
Can I?
Yes, can you just ask the question once again for Joe to respond?
Okay. I wanted to, I think it was not a question per se, but it was sort of a comment when he mentioned that the income, the monies that were, when he gave us a presentation on the incomes and expenditures, and he was indicating that you find that most of the countries, you find that their expenditure doesn't tally very well with the income, and there's need for us to do the monitoring and find out why monies that were given and don't go hand in hand with what has been expended. And also on the needs assessment, I asked that there is need for us to look, for the researchers to do much research before we go for the pre-budget. And I don't know whether how he's going to respond to that, because we can go for a pre-budget before we have the needs assessment on what is actually needed. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Mr. Mzinga, Did
Yes.
you get that?
Yeah, I thought Rachel had already responded on the same. I text her when I had challenges with my network. But yes, indeed, according to the Malabo, if we invest, we expect that the return would be the growth of the agriculture 16%. But we have seen the countries that are investing, but still, even Malawi, in terms of, I think the previous report invested, I think it was more than 15%. But in terms of the growth of the agriculture, it was around 2.4%. So I think this need to be interrogated. That's okay. The budget can be there in terms of the figures, but at the end of the day is to see, first of all, was the same amount realized, and then is the sector growing? Because there could be investment, but probably is not really on the productive sector within the agriculture sector that could see the return is really showing that the sector is growing. So that's why we is encouraged to see first of all if the need assessment was done, and to see if the plans are responding to the need assessment, and then after financing of it, not just the budget, but also to see is this budget was realized in terms of the actual disbursement, and was it disbursed timely? And then at the end of the day, do we see the growth of the sector? So it is a chain when it comes to the public social accountability. Is the entire site, and not just in terms of the how much was allocated becomes an issue, but is the entire cycle should be examined. I don't know if I've responded.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mzinga, for that response. I was also looking at the involvement of stakeholders at planning level. You mentioned of smallholder farmers. You mentioned of women. I don't know if this really happens, because in Malawi, even the parliamentary committee on agriculture is not involved at planning level. So now, if you are not involved at planning level, you are not involved at implementation level, it is very difficult for you now to do an oversight or to make a follow-up to say, we planned this, we implemented this. Now, how did we perform? What can we recommend? So I think it's very important to involve all these stakeholders so that we move forward, because if we leave our stakeholders behind, we are not going anywhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam.
Honorable members, any more hands up? Madam Rose Desicios, is your hand up, or it was a previous one?
The previous one.
Okay, so you
No,
forgot to put it.
No,
You want to?
Because I asked a few issues, not issues, clarifications to the presenters, but Mr. Mazinga was not on air, remember? So
Yeah.
my clarification has not been resolved.
All right.
Okay. So Mr. Mazinga, what I was, good afternoon, what I was proposing and my clarifications, and because when you sort of put on the slides in relations to budget allocation, in my mind, I was thinking whether the funds are funded domestically or grants from donors, but then you explained, but it was not defined or sort of, it was a bit generalized. I would like to know whether the grants, the difference between the grants and the domestically funded from the countries. That's one. And the analysis again, it does the budget analysis includes budget in kinds as well, or only the funds that were allocated in the budget. And the other thing is that I would like the SADC region to appreciate the high income countries like Seychelles, because we do not benefit much, really much, from donors. And because we are really struggling to ensure that most of the funds, in fact, all the 100% of the funds are sort of domestically funded. So this should be appreciated by the SADC region as well, not only Seychelles, probably other countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Mr. Mzinga.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, when it comes to the budget in the agriculture sector, there is something that's called COFOG, is the government function. That I think it was an issue before, because countries are saying that we're investing much in the agriculture sector because we're investing in rural roads, we're investing in health as well, because farmers, they can't travel or sell their goods or their agricultural produce unless there are roads and bridges, and also they have to be in good health. So it was just like everything. So FAO came out with the guideline called COFOG, the government co-functions on the agriculture sector. I think it was clarified. But coming to the expenditure, the budget expenditure, I think this is taking both. It's taking both the external funding and it's taking internal funding. And for countries, I think you know, the lower income countries, which are majority in SADC, they are getting almost the entire budget is, I indicated that almost 70% is externally funded. If you take the entire budget, particularly on the development side, is externally dependent, 70 to 80%. So it's not very sustainable, and we needed more. We are saying we needed more to invest our own funding because we are sure that that funding is there and it is going to be realized. Donor can cut funding at any other time. But again, another problem with the funding sometimes from the development partners, you can find that is funded off budget. So if it's funded off budget, it's very difficult to say for sure that this money was allocated in the agriculture sector and is accounted and is reflected in the budget at the end of the day, because it's funded outside the budgeting system, and that's the challenge. But we say that grants money from the national coffers, any other funding that is allocated to the budget system is accounting in totality is the money that is allocated to the agriculture sector. In terms of the high income country within the, yes, I think that is a challenge. That once a country has graduated, like Botswana, South Africa, Seychelles, Mauritius, I think the funding really from the development partners also is going down. And sometimes the international financial institutions like the World Bank and IMF, they're coming in to say, okay, we can give you loan by that. It's not grant, but loans. And again, if you keep on borrowing, at the end of the day, you find that your inflation is skyrocketing. So I think it's a dilemma, but I think we are going to learn. I mean, the developing countries, they're going to learn from. I mean, the lower income countries, they're going to learn from countries like Seychelles, Mauritius, South Africa, and Botswana in terms of how really to manage and make sustainable, sectors like agriculture, health, and education moving forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mzinga, for that. I've seen a hand from Honorable Damiao.
Muito obrigada, senhora Presidente.
Honorable Risa.
Obrigada, senhora Presidente. Eu pedi a palavra para felicitar os nossos preletores por terem partilhado conosco esta manhã de conhecimentos importantes que podem ajudar a melhorar o nosso trabalho. E eu gostaria de dizer que a maior parte da Constituição dos nossos países defendem o bem-estar dos cidadãos, a melhoria da qualidade de vida, e isto passa necessariamente também pela melhoria da saúde dos cidadãos. E a boa saúde pressupõe outros determinantes sociais. E estes determinantes sociais são o saneamento básico, a alimentação, o emprego, a educação. Em suma, tem a ver com outros fatores sociais, econômicos, culturais, psicológicos e até comportamentais. Mas a minha questão é, a maior parte dos nossos países tem terras aráveis, podemos praticar a agricultura, mas não se cabimenta uma boa fatia do orçamento para o desenvolvimento da agricultura, que deve ser a base para concorrer depois para a indústria. Portanto, eu penso que nós devemos encorajar os nossos governos a investirem cada vez mais na agricultura, para pensarmos sempre na sustentabilidade. Porque se nós tivermos uma boa nutrição, se nós tivermos uma boa produção agrícola, podemos evitar as questões de desnutrição que ainda existem nos nossos países. Portanto, eu penso que investir na agricultura e investir na saúde, nós devemos continuar como parlamentares a advogar neste sentido. Por último, gostaria de felicitar também o Fórum por nos ter proporcionado esta manhã de conhecimentos com temas tão importantes. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Thank you so much, Honorable Luisa. Our presenters.
Yeah.
And yes, you may go ahead and respond.
Yes, madam. I think I do agree with the presentation of Honorable Luisa that we need to invest in agriculture, but making sure that we have nutritious food. The situation in the region as far as malnutrition is concerned is very, very bad. It does not look very, very good. And if you look at the target that we have is to reduce stunting to a level of around 20%, which again is still very high in some countries. Yes, we know, as we said before, countries like DRC Congo, around 40% malnutrition, no stunting, and then going to countries like Madagascar as well, around 40%, Malawi around more than 30%, Tanzania around 30%, Zambia around the same. So and countries that are doing well as far as malnutrition, we have countries like Zimbabwe is doing quite well, Lesotho and Eswatini, they're doing quite well as far as, and Seychelles in terms of really getting away or eradicating malnutrition. And then the question would be which kind of generation that we're going to have if we have rampant malnutrition and stunting. It means even the thinking is not very good. So which kind of generation that we're preparing? I think I do agree with Madam that we need to invest in agriculture and be sure that we eat the quality food. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mzinga, for that response. I do not see any more hands, meaning we don't have any more questions or comment. At this point in time, allow me to invite Mr. Kurasha from SADC to give his remarks. Mr. Kurasha, are you there?
I'm very much here, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. You're
How
welcome.
are you? Thank you
I'm
very
good, how are
much.
you?
Very well, thanks. Chair, before I make my presentation, as I get ready, I also wanted to assure yourself and the members that we will avail all the presentations in all the official languages in line with the policy of SADC-PF. So, honorable members, be rest assured that Paulina will make sure that you receive the presentations. Chair, the chair wishes that I make remarks, but I want to make brief observations and in concluding the meeting. And I've been asked to talk about just a moment. Talk about what can SADC-PF do to address the social accountability gaps in the implementation of regional agreements. And I think throughout the day, members were explicit and implicit with regards to this challenge of the gap between the policies that are there at regional level and the slow pace of implementation. And to give a bit of a context, there is an overall observation that economic regionalism in Africa has often combined a commitment to a very ambitious integration agenda with a very shallow institutional framework in which few responsibilities are delegated to the regional institutions. And this then creates credibility gap, including in implementation. Honorable members, if you look at, we must look at the example of SADC. In the SADC region, when you look at the history of regional integration, it was led and headed by the executive arm, and the parliamentary vacuum was evident. So in other words, before SADC-PF was established, there was no regional parliamentary mechanism to engage with yourselves on matters of regional importance and integration. I listened carefully when honorable members were acknowledging the value of the information they are receiving through this platform, for instance. So in the past, before SADC-PF was established, all that was not there. I also listened when honorable members were passing camaraderie greetings to each other. For me, that is the true value of regional integration, when it's people to people. And when SADC-PF was not established, all that was not there. And this led to an important observation that I want to leave with the members, which was made by some scholars and analysts. One observed that what is lacking in the SADC treaty is the relevant institutional structure that would enable the people and their representatives to find appropriate and adequate channels of participation in regional, social, cultural, political, and economic development activities. And another one is one of the greatest omissions of the SADC treaty is a parliament. While SADC-PF is doing commendably well, but with limited consensus-based, within the limits of a consensus-based organization, as opposed to a treaty-based one that have more powers. And then this brings us to where we are in terms of the establishment of the SADC Parliamentary Forum by the summit in 1997, wherein they were very clear that they approved the establishment of SADC-PF as an institution of SADC in accordance with Article 292 of the treaty, and with the principal objective of constituting a parliamentary consultative assembly, and the ultimate goal being the establishment of a regional parliamentary framework for dialogue on issues of regional interest and concern. And this is the context in which I also associate with the recommendation that Joe was making, to say they pray for or plead for the establishment of a regional parliament, there's transformation of SADC-PF into a regional parliament. In the words of the president of Namibia, when he was incoming chairperson of SADC in 2018, he observed that the establishment of a SADC parliament was critical in bridging the gap between citizens of Southern Africa and the regional integration process. So in other words, it is about bringing in the people, the citizens, to the regional integration process. After all, it's about the people. It is also the people that get affected. Then in terms of what SADC-PF is doing and can do, it must be understood within the context of our architecture in terms of how we are established and our different organs are composed. And I want to draw members and partners to the standing committees, the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, because these are the engine room where in most of our work take place, the thematic work. And the committees now also include the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, which is a committee of all chairpersons of standing committees. We also need to pay attention to the Executive Committee because of its important role in driving the policy side of SADC-PF in terms of administration, in terms of finance, and its subcommittees. Let me hasten to highlight the context of SADC-PF's role in the regional integration process and in facilitating implementation. In terms of the objectives of SADC-PF as set forth in the Constitution in Article I want to highlight particularly Objective A, Objective B, and Objective C. A, to strengthen the implementation capacity of SADC by involving parliamentarians in the affairs of SADC. B, to advocate the harmonization, ratification, domestication, and implementation of SADC protocols, treaties, and other decisions at national level. And C, to promote the principles of human rights, democracy, within the SADC region, and possibly B, to familiarize parliamentarians of member parliaments with the objectives, priorities, and SADC decisions. So when I hear honorable members confirming that they are finding value in the deliberations of such a meeting as we are having, it confirms that SADC-PF is living up to the objective of familiarizing the members so that they, when they go at national level, which is where implementation takes place, they become champions in advocating for the implementation or the domestication of regional commitments. Chair, I want to premise the role of SADC-PF in terms of what SADC-PF can do in terms of the objectives, the strategic objectives of SADC-PF as set forth in the strategic plan, the current strategic plan, 2019 to 2023. Of particular concern or of particular interest, Objective 1 talks about interparliamentary cooperation and diplomacy and dialogue on issues of regional interest. Objective 2 talks about alignment, harmonization, and creating operational and institutional linkages between SADC-PF standing committees and programs and SADC organs and sectors in view of regional integration. And this also implies the regional national linkages that we need to talk about in terms of how do we ensure that the decisions at regional level are filtered to national level. And for SADC-PF, the members of parliament are the vehicles through which this is attainable. And also the issue of facilitating the capacity development of the members and staff of parliament for them to be able to be knowledgeable and to have the requisite competencies to tackle recurrent and emerging issues in terms of regional integration. And of course, the issue of the lobbying and advocating equal and equitable representation of women and young people in decision making. Regional integration has to be inclusive, otherwise it is illegitimate. And therefore, the issue of the role of parliament to provide the national regional linkages becomes very important. I also want to quickly refer honorable members and colleagues to the provisions of Article 21 of the SADC Treaty, which has very broad areas of cooperation, regional integration. They vary from food security, land, agriculture, infrastructure, natural resources, social welfare, politics, diplomacy, international relations, peace and security, science and technology, social and human development, issues of trade. Obviously, if we are not structured to systematically deal with the issues, it means that we are unlikely to make much progress. And this takes me to the next point, which is the importance of the standing committees of SADC-PF as the vehicles through which we contribute to bridging the gap between regional policy and implementation at national level. And just to highlight that this is within the context of the mission of SADC-PF as articulated in the strategic plan that I alluded to earlier on. So the specific areas in which we intervene to promote the implementation, to enhance implementation of regional commitments, Chair, is through the standing committees, the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee and the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus. As I said, these are the vehicles through which matters of regional importance are brought to the attention of member states. Standing committees, when they hold statutory meetings or meet, such as this meeting where we just meet to look at thematic issues, they come up with recommendations. And these recommendations are then tabled to the plenary assembly. And through the resolution of plenary assembly, these decisions then are transmitted to 3 places: SADC Secretariat, national parliaments, and through national parliaments to the relevant ministries. But will obviously depend on you, honorable members, in terms of, I know that some parliaments, when they come to SADC-PF and go back, you table reports in your respective parliaments. And depending on how robust this happens, it is also an opportunity for us to filter regional decisions into national parliament working processes. So in recent times, under the committees that are meeting today, we have, for instance, had a resolution by the plenary assembly regarding the African migratory locusts on agriculture and food security in the SADC region. We have also seen a resolution where in member states, the plenary assembly was urging member states to accelerate the implementation of Malabo Declaration. So the committee architecture offers a very systematic, coherent, coordinated mechanisms for stakeholders to engage with parliamentarians of the region at regional level, and for these to be then filtered at national level. The other way in which we are working to bridge the gap between policy and implementation is the whole issue of the development of model laws, because they are a tool through which member states can align their legislative and policy frameworks with regional commitments. In this regard, various model laws have been developed and many others are under development. So we have the model law on HIV and AIDS adopted in 2008, SADC model law on eradicating child marriages and protecting those already in marriage, adopted in 2016, the SADC model law on elections adopted in 2018, and the ones that are under development, the SADC model law on gender-based violence, SADC model law on public financial management, and SADC model law on blue economy. These are quite diverse areas of focus if we were to think of it in terms of the Section 21, Article 21 of the SADC Treaty that I alluded to earlier on. And because they are model laws, they are aspirational laws, they provide the necessary benchmarks that member states can adopt and adapt depending on their situation in order to bridge the policy and legislative gap at national level. While they are compelling and not binding, they remain quite persuasive on account of the evidence that accompany the model lawmaking process in order to make this process very scientific. Chair, as I move towards the conclusion, I wish to refer honorable members and partners to this diagram that unpacks how we work in terms of the mandate and in terms of the processes. So SADC-PF is guided by its constitution and the rules of procedure, and whatever we do in committees, be it the executive committee, the standing committees, the RWPC, regional model laws, parliamentary oversight committee, they must then be submitted to the plenary assembly. And the parliamentary business subcommittee of the executive committee has a responsibility of considering the business before plenary, and the executive committee then adopts the report of the parliamentary business subcommittee. Then when that happens, these then are tabled at plenary assembly, wherein deliberations and resolutions and recommendations are adopted. And I wish to point out that we also have an opportunity for members, individual members, to table motions on various emergent or issues of interest and concern. You recall, honorable members and partners, that the very motion I mentioned, the motion on African migratory locusts, was actually moved by a member of the FANR committee, honorable from South Africa, on behalf of the committee. There is also an opportunity for statements to be made by organizations that we work with at plenary assembly on issues of importance to the forum. If one of the organizations that we work with have compelling issues to table to the plenary assembly, the president may consider for them to come and make a presentation to the plenary assembly. Equally, heads of delegations and also observers make statements. And if you should want to look at where these resolutions are contained, the plenary assembly resolutions, the verbatim record of the SADC Parliamentary Forum is a public record. It is captured in the source language. In other words, the language in which the member would have spoken. So it is a multilingual document that is in English, French, and Portuguese. We also develop on a day-by-day during the sittings, votes and proceedings, and we also do summary of resolutions. And as I said, to facilitate dissemination, we send our reports to our resolutions to National Assembly, to the National Assemblies, the SADC Secretariat, and the National Assemblies will then transmit those to the relevant ministries. So this is what SADC-PF can and has been doing to bridge the gap between policy and implementation. I wish to submit at this point, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Prasha, for that presentation. Honorable members, we now call upon Mr. Ndlovu from SADC-PF to make his presentation. Thank you. Mr. Ndlovu,
Thank you,
can you hear
Madam
me?
Chair. Yes, I can hear you. Hello, can you hear me?
You may take the floor, Mr. Ndlovu.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon to everyone.
We can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Honorable members, can you hear Mr. Ndlovu? Because from this side, I cannot.
Mr. Ndlovu?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. No. Can you go to the bottom of the screen? There's an icon that states interpretation.
Yes.
Click on English.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you may go
Thank you.
ahead.
Thank you so much for that technical glitch. I think for the purposes of introductions, I'll switch on my video mode, but I'll cross over to the audio mode once I've done the introductions, because I'm on an unstable internet connection. My name is Henry Ndlovu from Southern African Parliamentary Support Trust, SADC in short, an organization that whose mandate is to capacitate parliaments in our region in terms of executing their mandate. I've been invited to share my ideas on what national parliaments can do to ensure oversight of implementation of regional commitments. This is what I'm going to be talking about. I'm going to look at what can be done by national parliaments in that regard, and also how they can do that. I think my point of departure, before I get into the topic itself, the topic that I'm supposed to talk about presupposes that there's a problem in terms of regional policies finding their way down to national parliaments and also to the grassroots level where the citizens are. I think the problem, as I see it, is that there's a sort of a disjuncture between the SADC-PF and national parliaments in terms of cascading whatever agreements or policies are formulated at that level and cascading them down to the national parliaments and grassroots, as I've said. But despite that, I still believe that parliaments or national parliaments and delegate members to the SADC-PF, they can still play that role of making sure that issues discussed or agreed at the regional level find their way to national level and subsequently to grassroots level where the people are. And parliaments can do this within their traditional and cardinal functions, that is oversight, lawmaking, and representation. As my colleague Kurasha has already touched on some of these issues and some of the things that national parliaments and delegate members to the SADC-PF can do in their countries once they get back there. I think I'll start with the lawmaking function of parliament. I think there are two issues here. Once an instrument has been agreed upon at a regional level or international level and the country has entered into an agreement, it's usually the executive arm of government that enters into such kind of agreements. But then when it comes to the oversight on those implements, it's the role of parliament. There are two ways in which regional instruments can be domesticated in national parliaments. There is a dualist approach and a monist approach. I will try to explain the two approaches. In a monist approach is a situation whereby as soon as the executive signs up to a regional instrument or international instrument, that instrument automatically becomes part and parcel of the domestic legal framework. But in a dualist approach situation, when an instrument has been signed by or entered into by the executive arm of government, it has to go to parliament for ratification or approval by parliament. And in most cases, what we've seen through experience is that sometimes these instruments or commitments are entered into or signed by and ratified by parliament, but it ends there. But in a dualist approach, if an instrument has to be operationalized, it has to be, there must be an enactment of a law that speaks to that instrument beyond the ratification of that instrument. So in other parliaments, what you see is that the executive will enter into this agreement and then it ends there. It doesn't get to parliament for ratification. Or if it gets to parliament for ratification, sometimes it ends there. There's no law that is formulated to operationalize that instrument. So that's where the role of parliament and members of parliament comes in. That is ratification and enacting laws, specific laws that operationalize that regional instrument. And also policies. In terms of, I think Kurasha has also mentioned a very important mechanism that the SADC-PF has been implementing over the years. The issue of model laws is very, very crucial because it ensures that all member states, or it compels all member states to implement laws that are uniform, and that helps in terms of monitoring progress on the ground, because we are monitoring the same thing across all the member states. In terms of these regional commitments, it's not good enough to sign up to these instruments and regional commitments and ratifying them in your national parliament and also coming up with appropriate legislation. But what is crucial is the implementation aspect. And what is needed is resource allocation. If resource allocation is not done, then that instrument or commitment will die a natural death. It will just be shelved. There won't be any implementation. So members of parliament play a crucial role in terms of providing the necessary resources for the implementation of those commitments. So during budget process, these are the issues that members of parliament should flag out when you are debating and passing the budget. That, for instance, if we look at the two issues that we have been discussing since morning, the issue of health and agriculture, there are certain benchmarks or thresholds that have to be observed in terms of passing budget for health, for instance, passing budget for agriculture, for instance. There are benchmarks that countries committed themselves by virtue of signing up to these regional commitments and instruments. For instance, agriculture, there's the issue of the Abuja Declaration of 15%. So as members of parliament, when you pass the budget, because that's your role as members of parliament, of passing national budgets, do you consider these issues? Do you ensure that the executive abides by these commitments? That's where you need to raise these issues before you pass the budgets, to say, wait a minute, before you pass the budget for agriculture, we want to ensure first whether it meets that threshold. Once you have passed the budget, you have allocated resources for the implementation of those regional policies. There's the issue of oversight, issue of expenditure tracking. You need to now ensure that those resources that you have approved or passed for the implementation of those policies reach the intended purposes. Let's take, for instance, the issue of agricultural subsidies. Quite a number of countries across the region, they are implementing policies of subsidies in agriculture in one form or the other. But experience has taught or shown us that some of these resources don't get to the intended beneficiaries. I will take the issue of agricultural inputs, for instance, fertilizers and seeds. Do they get to the right beneficiaries? So it's your role as members of parliament to ensure that these resources get to the intended beneficiaries, and also they are used for the intended purposes, so that you boost your agricultural productivity. As John Zinga has been saying, that if you fund your agriculture properly, there are returns, there are big returns that you can get out of agriculture and boost your economy, because most of our economies in Southern Africa, they are driven by agricultural activities, for instance. So as members of parliament, you need to link these policies that you pass at regional level to the lives of ordinary people on the ground. So these policies must have meaning to the lives of ordinary people on the ground. So these are the issues that you need to consider in your oversight function as members of parliament in general. Also, under your oversight function, as delegates or delegate members to SADC-PF, for instance, I think Kurasha has mentioned this, that when you get back to your national parliaments, do you table reports in your national parliaments? Because the other members depend on you as delegates. They may not know what you've been discussing at that regional level. So as delegate members, you play a very crucial role. We are sort of a bridge between SADC-PF and national parliaments. So if you don't take a leading role yourselves, then it will be difficult for the rest of the other members in your parliament to debate these issues. So you need to take a very effective role in terms of information purposes. You have to channel, we are the channel of information from SADC-PF to your national parliaments. So you can table reports, but what I've seen in some parliaments is that once a delegate report has been tabled and adopted by parliament, it ends there. There is no follow-up to ensure that what we have adopted as a parliament is implemented. There is no oversight. It ends there most of the case. So as delegate members, you have to ensure that you keep the issue on the radar in terms of your oversight function. You can ask questions in parliament. You can move motions in parliament around these policy issues so that ministers come and respond to those issues. That's one way of getting feedback from the executive on what exactly they are doing in terms of the implementation aspect. And also still linked to that, you can, for instance, ask ministers to come and give updates in parliament on how far they've gone in terms of implementing those policies and meeting their commitment to those regional policies. You can also, through your portfolio committees, in this case, the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and the Portfolio Committee on Health, play that oversight function as well by inviting or summoning government officials to give you progress reports on the implementation of the policies. You can also carry out field visits, public hearings, to find out on the ground exactly what is happening. Because if you don't go to the ground to assess these things on your own, you may be given wrong information by government officials. So you have to play a very effective role. Don't just depend on the information that you get from government officials. You need to go on the ground and verify, for instance, that the agricultural inputs reached the intended beneficiaries, things like that. And also in playing your oversight role as members of parliament or committees of parliament, you can also establish a working rapport with civil society organizations. I know that civil society organizations generate a lot of policy analysis papers on government policies. But unfortunately, in some contexts in our region, the work of civic society organization does not find itself in the hands of policymakers. So you need to establish that working rapport with civic society organizations. They can provide you with a lot of information in terms of the implementation of these policies on the ground. Also, in terms of your representative role as members of parliament in general, you need to connect with the people or the electorate on the ground. Here, there are stories. What are the problems that they are facing in terms of food security, for instance? What are the problems that they are facing in terms of sexual and reproductive health, for instance? And you go back to parliament and amplify those voices through asking questions in parliament to relevant ministers, and also raising motions around those issues in parliament. And lastly, the other very important government department that you need to work closely with is the Office of the Auditor General, because the Auditor General is a government entity mandated to audit government books. So you get credible information from the Auditor General. But the challenge, from what I've seen, is that in many countries, there's lack of implementation of the recommendations of the Auditor General or the implementation of the recommendations of the Public Accounts Committee, for instance. I think as members of Parliament, you need to analyze your legislative framework insofar as follow-up action is concerned on the recommendations that you adopt in Parliament day in and day out. Do you have a mechanism to ensure that whatever you adopt in the House gets implemented by the executive? I think that's where the greatest challenge is. So you need to find out mechanisms to ensure that this happens. As I close, I think what I would say is that there is also a need for SADC-PF to play a very important role in terms of capacitating committees of national parliaments that deal with specific regional policies that would have been adopted at SADC-PF level, so that these committees are able to play their effective role in terms of oversight. Because from what I've seen is that only the delegate members know about most of these issues, but the relevant portfolio committees, for instance, agriculture and health, they may not have access to the same information that delegate members have. And in other cases, I've realized that delegate members to SADC-PF, they don't sit in these specific committees in their national parliament. So there is a missing link there, which I think SADC-PF can address by capacitating relevant portfolio committees at national level. I think I will end here, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Drove, for that presentation. And I'm sure if, as delegates of SADC-PF, we were not presenting out or tabling our reports in our national assemblies, we are going to make sure that we do so that those issues that we discuss at our forum should be able to be debated in our national assemblies. You are right that if we do not table them, or if we do not give reports in our national assemblies, there is no way those issues that we discuss at our forum would be discussed in our national assemblies, and they will die just like that. And it will not make any sense for us coming here, discuss issues, and then we don't report back to our national assemblies. Thank you so much, Mr. Andrew, for that. It's an eye-opener. Honourable members, let me now call upon Madam Julie to give her last remarks, and then we close. We have been here for too long. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. We are grateful for all the presentations today and for your attention throughout the discussions, both this morning and this afternoon. On behalf of the PSA Alliance and its members represented here, I would like to express our immense gratitude to SADC-PF, its Secretariat, and its honourable members for your continued partnership with our project. We are excited about and inspired by the ways in which SADC-PF has wholeheartedly taken up the call for greater social accountability in the region and how you have integrated this throughout your work. We are looking forward to our continued work together, including the national level sessions we have planned in follow-up to this meeting throughout this year and next. The sessions will bring together SADC-PF members and their peers in national parliamentary committees to discuss the social accountability issues we have raised here on health and agriculture, but will also allow us to dive deeper to explore concerns in those particular countries. We eagerly anticipate our continued discussions in these national forums, and we hope that they will help to link regional level engagements, such as our meeting here today, with concrete national level actions. Thank you again, and I wish all of you a very good evening.
Madam Julie and your team for all the presentations that you brought forward, and I'm sure as members of parliament from this day we are going to be going back to our national assemblies rich with so much and useful information that we are going to use as to bring change in our different honorable members. As we closed, allow me to thank everyone, Madam SG, honorable members from different member states, Madam Julie, Madam Zinga Rachel, and Madam Guirume, and if I left anyone, and all the facilitators, secretariat, thank you so much for the wonderful job that you have done. All our members, I don't take it for granted that you have been here on Zoom meeting since morning. It's so tiresome, but you have endured that and participated up to the end of the meeting. I thank you so much for that. Madam SG, thank you so much for organizing the joint meeting for the three committees. And thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to chair this session. As we close, I wish everyone else a blessed evening. Thank you so much. The meeting ends here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair. Goodbye.
Host.